Misfit Toys.
If I've learned anything after years of fine print contracts and getting ripped off by big wireless providers, it's that there's always a catch. That's not the case with Mint Mobile. Their premium wireless service includes unlimited talk, text, and high-speed data on the nation's largest 5G network, all with plans that start at just $15 a month. How do they do it? By offering wireless services completely online without retail and huge overhead costs. It's their secret sauce. You can use your own phone with any Mint Mobile plan, plus keep your same phone number and all your contacts. With Mint Mobile, choose the amount of monthly data that's right for you and stop paying for data that you never use. Switch to Mint Mobile today. Cut your wireless bill to just $15 a month and get your new plan shipped to your door free by going to mintmobile.com/easy. That's mintmobile.com/easy. Get premium wireless service for just $15 a month at mintmobile.com/easy.
Tasks, deadlines, and projects. What if your teams had a tool that brought everything together? Trello is the project management tool that powers collaboration for over 2 million teams across the globe, including 80% of Fortune 500s. Trello brings teams together by tracking daily to-dos and provides a high-level view across projects and teams. From product development and design to support and production, Trello helps all teams move their work forward together. Thousands of IT admins around the world trust Trello to keep their work safe. With Trello, your teams will have access to hundreds of top-tier integrations they can rely on. A big reason why Trello is top-rated for employee satisfaction. It's where companies do their best work. Trello for enterprise. Learn more by visiting Trello.com/4enterprise. That's TRELLO.com/4enterprise.
Aptitude, expertise, genius, gift.
I'm the fucking talent.
Hey, what's happening? Mike Schmidt, 40-Year-Old Boy podcast. Seems strange to have a glib intro. I'm not going to lie to you. It seems strange to be glib at all in these circumstances. First of all, if you don't remember me, hi, I'm Mike. I have a podcast. It's called The 40-Year-Old Boy. You're soaking in it right now, as a matter of fact. You got your fist all the way up in it. You know what you did? You lubed up your fist with a ton of fucking Crisco and you just went right into my old Palmolive hole. That's where I like to have you. Right in the old... You're soaking in it right now, as a matter of fact. It's funny, because I don't know, in my brain I'm like, what mood are you going to strike here? And then it doesn't mean, I don't do that. I'm not a mood striker. I'm a talker. But at the same time, it seems ridiculous to just unleash the bees regarding this show. I mean, it's been a while. Clearly, this is the longest delay we've ever had in the history of the 40-Year-Old Boy podcast. I'm sorry, that made me laugh, as if there's some sort of record keeper. Is there someone out there who's like, you know what? Yeah, I'll tell you what, this guy, he never went 6 weeks before. This is the bad time. This is the upside down. And I'm crushed by it. I wish, because here's the thing. If I hadn't fucked around for the past 2 years, year and a half, and wound up delaying things and all of that stuff, this would matter in a certain fashion. And look, not that it doesn't matter, but I mean, I want... I'm the boy who cried, as I've mentioned before, the boy who cried podcast. The podcast who cried show. That's what it was, right? I don't remember. I say things and I never remember them. This show, I had a reason to delay. I haven't wanted to do it. But unfortunately, because I've behaved so badly over the course of the past 8 months, he said, hoping it's 8 months and not 2 years, so I've put this off and put this off and put this off and put this off. And then my natural inclination toward wondering what the fuck I'm doing and why anybody would care, dovetailing with what is, you will hear, a personal circumstance has led me to avoid doing this for the longest time I've ever avoided it. As we mentioned before, you go talk to that podcasting record keeper who's got his clipboard out and his visor on and his erasable pencil, and he's just chalking up the minutes. He's the keeper of the minutes of the podcast. He's like the watcher. There's you know what? Here's the thing. There's a bald guy in a robe and sandals outside my window every time I podcast. Now, is that the watcher of Marvel fame? Or is that just some fucking pervert hoping I go ahead and jerk off while I do a podcast? And I got to be honest with you, that's never happened. I've done podcasts naked before, but I've never done any sort of jerking off. So please rest assured, if you were ever worried or wondering, that's never happened, clearly. I've thought about having sex during a podcast. That's happened a couple of times where I was like, maybe I could do this. And then, that decided that's just a terrible, terrible thing. That's like jerking off in your friend's house. You can't do that. I maintain that record to this day. I've never jerked off at a friend's house. Have I had sex in a friend's house? I have. That's probably not the best thing I've ever done, but I was very clean. Jesus. Okay. So hi. And as I've said before, it seems weird to do, because doing the show means doing this, but this is not a show I've wanted to do. And a lot of you know, some of you may not, because I only talked about it on Facebook. I didn't tweet it. I didn't put it on Instagram. I didn't do those things. And I always think to myself that all the fan club people clearly know about it. And anybody who follows me or is my friend on Facebook knows about it, but not everybody uses Facebook. I've discovered over the years. And and for some reason I continue to ignore that, but also this didn't seem like the kind of thing to put on fucking Instagram or on Twitter. Because when I see people do it all the time, I'm just like, whatever. All right. So people who know the show from Facebook understand that my mom died last March. Jesus, that makes it sound like last March. No, last month. And you guys, you may know this, you may not. If you remember, if you go and look back into the archives, the last show I did, I mentioned that something had happened, and I wasn't sure when I was going to be able to broadcast again. I wasn't sure what was going on, because truthfully, in the moment, I did not know what was going on. I had no idea. And you'll hear about that today. I'll tell you kind of exactly what was going on from pillar to post, from the jump, and you'll have a better idea of why the last show I did was so weirdly rushed and I had no answers and things like that. But yeah, I did that show, and like I said, I wasn't sure of what was happening, and so I had to do it. It was vague, but it doesn't matter. Again, like I said, because I've done so poorly recently with the show. And also, I will say this, by the way, let's pivot from that. I mentioned that because I couldn't stream on Twitch, so I posted it on the Discord, and I posted to people. I said, look, I don't know when I can record again. Once I can, I'll let you know. But right now, there's things are up in the air, and I couldn't tell you that my mom was dying, because I wasn't sure. And again, you'll hear what's everything I'm going to talk about. I don't think you're going to enjoy it, but you're going to bear through it. But here's the deal. I told everybody, I'm like, yeah, man, look, I'm going to be gone. I don't know for how long. But as soon as I can talk to you again, I will. And I hope you'll be there to listen when I do, whatever. And I am not kidding. I received Facebook messages and emails and Twitter inquiries from people asking if I was going to jail. People genuinely, and this isn't like 2 people. This is a good 30 to 50 people. That seems like a wide berth. 40? Let's go. Let's add them and take the average. 40 people. Emails and Facebook and Twitter and reaching out and asking they just, and like literally, some of them weren't even asking. They just assumed that I was going to jail and wondered what I would need or what I needed, if I needed anything. And I started reading these and I thought to myself, you know what? You have done a terrible job of providing a forward face to the public, because these people genuinely think you're going to the fucking clink. Like, I'm not going to the fucking who's gal. Who am I? Podcasting Wilson? What the fuck have I done? Did I use a gerund incorrectly? What am I going to do? Go to podcast jail? It's not going to fucking happen. And then people were like, well, what about your taxes? And I'm like, well, yeah, yes, that is a very, very big issue right now. But at the same time, I don't think they throw people in jail for taxes. Like, you try to negotiate and pay them and do all that stuff. I'm not some fucking, what am I, fucking Martin Shkreli? Whatever the fuck that guy's name is. Do I got a Wu-Tang album laying around? I don't think I do. If I do, the government can come take it if it gets me off the hook. So I was shocked to find that a lot of people thought I was going to jail. And so for those of you that asked, about me going to jail, I will say this, truthfully, I wish I had gone to jail. Unfortunately, it was something a little more realistic and a little more serious. My mom had been having issues for a long time. And I've talked about my mom on here a bunch. I think I may have told you. All right, I'm going to thumbnail this. I don't know. Well, whatever. I'll just kind of give you a little recap. My mom had cancer 3 times and beat it. The first time she had lung cancer and they took out half of her lung. So she had 1.5 lungs. Then she got brain cancer and they did radiation treatment and it went away. And then my mom, currently, or, when I did the last show, my mom had active cancer again, but had beaten it, but it had now come back. So she'd beaten it 3 times. But now she had another mass that they were looking at. And they'd been looking at it for months. And they told my mom it was probably cancerous, but they were going to wait and see what happened. And I got to be honest, like I don't understand the world of doctors. I certainly am not a medicine man of any sort. Unless you need rain, then I'll come over and do a dance that'll knock you on your ass. But when my mom would tell me that they have this mass and they're pretty sure it's cancerous, but it's not spreading that they can see, and they're going to wait and see. And I'm like, well, why don't they just fucking take it out? Why don't they whack it up? And my mom would always say, well, no, the best thing to do is to wait. But and I will say this, my mom was very vocal. My mom was not a woman to ignore challenges like this. My mom would get it and be like, fuck it, I'm calling 3 doctors. Let's fucking get it done. So it wasn't like one of those things where it snuck up on her and she's like, oh no, I can't believe this is happening. My mom was on top of it. My mom was sharp still. And I'm very lucky because I know some people, their parents get older and they start to fade. And I talk to my mom every week and my mom was still sharp. And thankfully my mom was in the same spectrum as me politically. And I know you're like, well, what the fuck does that matter? Well, it matters when you're trying to have a conversation, because I know, as I've mentioned, a lot of people, their parents have slipped away and believe things that they don't, and it becomes polarizing. And I'm very lucky in that wasn't the case with my mom. So we could talk, and we could talk every week. And she would tell me that the cancer had come back, and I'd say, well, you got to go to the doctor. And she'd go, well, yeah, I know. And but I tell you what, I had a fight with that fucking doctor. I said, really? Why? Well, their bedside manner is for shit. And I've been to a lot of doctors, and you can't just come in and say, okay, clinically we do this, and then walk out. You just don't do it that way. I said, well, how do you do it? She goes, well, they have to say your name, look you in the eye. I said, well, can you switch doctors? She's like, no, it's my oncologist. I can't. But my mom confronted her. One of the last times she saw her, in February, my mom pulled her aside in the hallway and said, look, I don't like the way you're treating me. I've seen you for a long time, and I don't know if that is leading to you to dismiss me and my concerns, but you come in and you talk to me for like 4 minutes and then you leave. And I need to know. I have questions. And if I have cancer inside me, I need to know what the plan is other than we're just going to wait. Even though my mom agreed with the waiting plan. But also, I don't know if my mom agreed with the waiting plan because my mom was very secretive. My mom would not tell us everything that was going on until we had to know. The first time she got cancer, I didn't know till she was in the hospital with surgery scheduled. And I said, well, I'm coming out there. What? And, oh, no, there's no reason to come out here. You don't have to be here for this. What the fuck are you talking about? And it was a bone of contention between us all the time. She would always say, hey, don't worry about it. Nah, it's fine. Everything's good. And eventually she wears you down because you can only say so many times, well, what do you mean? Why are you doing this? What's going on? Before you just go, that's Ma. And it was. And we all knew it. Lenny and I would say it all the time. That's Ma. I mean, that's what Ma does. So I don't know if this cancer was... I don't think she lied to me. I think she omitted things, or I think she would tell me whatever I needed to know, but she wouldn't tell me everything. Does that make sense? But I lived with it. We all did, because that's who she was. We weren't going to change her. And it didn't affect me really. She was there every time I called. And I talked to her on every Sunday, and it was fine, whether she was sick or not. But the last year and a half had been challenging. 2 years, probably even. The pandemic was rough on my mom and my stepdad. Because my mom and stepdad, my mom couldn't go anywhere. Let's put it this way. She couldn't go anywhere. She still fucking went places. And I'd be like, Mom, COVID is literally in a bush waiting for you. It's going to leap upon you and take you. What are you doing? Oh, I got a mask. She's got masks. She's got this, that. And I said, well, Ma, what kind of masks? Oh, they got these paper masks. I go, Ma, I'm going to send you like N95s and some cloth masks. All right. Just wear those. If you're going to go out, which I know you're gonna, please wear these. And so I sent her masks and, hey, did you get those masks? Oh, I don't think so. I don't think they ever showed up. What do you mean they didn't show? Why wouldn't they show up? Amazon's showing they were delivered. Everything is saying that was delivered. I even got her like a couple of gaiters too from another, like an independent person on Etsy. I don't see them. And I was like, all right, well, I don't even, that's fine. But then I said, Ma, I'm being told they were delivered. So do you think somebody ganked them off your porch there? Which would make no sense because she had a sun porch. My mom had a beautiful sun porch. And they would lock that, and you would have to, come in through there to get to the front door, which is where any packages and stuff were. Whatever. You might have this with your parents. Like you give in. They've lived 70 years, 75 years, 78 years, 80 years, and they're just going to do what the fuck they want. And especially my mom, who was dug in like a fucking tick, set in her ways, not changing. If anything, I don't want to say getting worse, but being more intense, which I didn't think was possible with my mom. I don't know if it's because she had to stop at the weed, but that's just what she became. And it didn't ruin anything, but you just had to throw up your hands and go, all right, fine. But the last 2 years, the pandemic was rough because my stepdad, Dan, the way their arrangement always worked was, Dan would be up in the morning at 6. He'd go get coffee in the newspapers. He might make himself some breakfast. If he was going to do anything that day, he'd go golf and he'd go fishing. He'd do something, have fun. My mom, who had been up all night watching murder, would get up and around 1, in the afternoon or 2, and then they would have dinner and they would hang out, and then Dan would go to bed at 9, and then my mom had the night. Well, the last couple of years, something changed, and Dan's schedule, his sleep schedule, everything, it just completely changed to where he was up all night. And when I would hear, this is truthful, when I would call my mom, I would call her Sunday night at midnight, which was 3 a.m. her time, because I knew she'd be up, and that was when we talked. And in the past couple of years, 18 months, she would say, I don't believe it. Dan will not go to bed. He's up wandering the halls. He gets a beer. He's just kind of not sleeping ever. And I'm like, well, what do you mean he won't? And she goes, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong. And I would talk to Dan on the phone, and, I have known Dan 40 years, as long as he's been with my mom. And I was stunned at the change in him the past couple of years. My stepdad was, it was funny, I told him this once. I said, you're what I would call a rake. He's like, a rake? I go, yeah, you're not exactly a cad because people like you. I go, but you're flirty, you're that guy. That's who he was. He was the kind of guy, he'd go into a restaurant and waitresses loved him. You know what I mean? They'd all come up to him and go, oh, how you doing? And he'd be like, hey, doll, how you doing? Hey, kiddo, hey, what's going on? It wasn't handsy. He wasn't creepy. He just had charisma and that kind of old school, it probably worked for him in his youth. But as he got older, you're also seen as less of a threat when you're an older man. And so you can say those things and kind of wink and that kind of stuff. But I saw it. It would, nobody was like weirded out by it. Because I know in these times you can be like, oh, he was terrible. Me too. No, man, he was a guy, and he was a blue collar guy. I mean, he was a pipe fitter, worked construction, foreman at a nuclear plant. Worked his whole life with his hands, and then pivoted to when he became the foreman to work with computers. Just a genius man, and a super kind, nice man who came along when my mom needed him, and he needed her, and they stayed together the rest of her life. But in the past 2 years, he drove her out of her fucking mind, because he was on her schedule, and her schedule, she owned the night. That was her deal. So the last 2 years, I'd call her, I'd talk to her, and she'd be like, I don't know, son, I don't know what's going on here. Like, he will not go to sleep. And then when I would talk to him, he was slow. I mean, he had slowed way down. He used to be quick with the joke. He used to be back and forth. He used to get me. We'd talk sports, all these different things. And then in the past 2 years, man, he had no interest in it. I mean, we could talk a little baseball. That's because that was our touchstone. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, I knew the man 40 years, and what we talked about was sports. I'm sure it's like that with people and their real dads. But I mean, he was part of my mom's life, and that made me happy. He was good to her. He was good to us. And that's all that mattered. If he'd been some kind of a fucking creep, because believe me, my mom dated some fucking creeps. So after seeing fucking millions of creeps, I was just happy that this dude was awesome, and my mom loved him, and he loved my mom, and he was good to her. That was all I needed, because again, it had nothing to do with me. But in the past 2 years, man, he would repeat himself. He would forget he was talking to me in the middle of a conversation. And I'd say, it's Mike. And he'd go, oh, hey, Michael. Almost as if he was nodding off in the middle of the talk. It was strange. So this was driving my mom crazy for the past 2 years. And so I would talk to her about that, and she had that going on, plus her illness that I think was, I don't know if it was worsening or bettering. I get no fucking idea. And then my mom's sister, my Aunt Margaret, got sick. Now, she had been sick for a while. She had COPD. And so she had to bring the oxygen cart around, all that kind of stuff. And, lifelong smoker like my mom had been. And that's my mom's best friend. My mom would be up in the morning because she lived in the same, she lived up in, where she lived half the year, but then half the year she lived in Florida in the same exact community my mom did. So my mom would get up and she'd be up in the afternoon and she'd call Marge and they'd get together and they'd go, if they had to go to the store together, or she'd go visit with her, saw her and talked to her every single day. And then my Aunt Marge got sick last year. Like near the end of August, beginning of September. She had to go to the hospital. Again, it was an oxygen thing. It was a breathing thing. And, my aunt had been vaccinated and then got sick. And there was speculation amongst her family. I never got to talk to them about it, but I know that a lot of them wondered what was going on. But she went into the hospital with breathing issues and things like that. And then, and I would talk to my mom and say, how's Aunt Marge? She'd go, it's just having a tough time breathing in there. But, I went and see her. She's fine. And I talked to her, but it's so, it's just so dreary in there and she doesn't like it. And look, nobody likes it. And my mom had been in the hospital myriad times. And so she understood what it was like. And my mom would go visit her and she and Dan would hang out there and bring puzzles, whatever they needed to do. And then about a week later, I woke up on a Monday morning and I got a text and it said, my sister went to God tonight. And this was after, because I had talked to her the night before and Aunt Marge was still in the hospital. And I couldn't believe it. My Aunt Marge was someone who was extremely important to my family. If it wasn't for my Aunt Marge and my Uncle John, I don't know if we would have survived as a family, because they would get my Uncle John he ran a towing company, and so he'd give my mom cars for free. We got a house, and I still suspect they had something to do with that. Every Christmas we went there, they made sure we had gifts. They just took care of us. My cousins, their kids, also same thing. They would watch. They were a little older than us, and they would take care of us. It was just such a close relationship between the families. But then my mom and her sister were best friends. And so I called my mom right away on Monday. And I just said, my mom was devastated. And she said, they had seen it coming, but my mom hadn't told me. She had told me that it was serious, but she never expected this. At least that's what she told me. And again, I don't know, because my mom always, don't tell Lenny, he's on the boat. I don't need him to worry. Don't tell anybody else. Don't tell them. It was my family. It was the way it worked. And when I got older, I hated that. Like I stopped that instantly. My mom would say, look, I'm going to tell you this. Don't tell the other guys. They don't need to know this. And I would hang up the phone and I would call my brother Lenny. And I would say, hey, look, Ma said, don't tell you this, but I got to tell you this because you need to know. But like I said, we always said, don't tell mom. Don't tell mom. That's what we would say when we were kids. It was just this house of fucking secrets and bullshit, and it drove me crazy. So when I got older, I wanted nothing to do with it. But even so, in telling him something that she had told me, I'd have to say to him, look, I don't want to even say this, but don't tell her I told you this. And the reason behind that was because she would never talk to me again, because that's who she was. If you betrayed that confidence, that trust, if you told anybody anything, and look, would it have happened? Would she have kept me out of her life forever? I don't think so. But she went 22 years without talking to Lenny. And who the fuck knows? And I will say this now, and my brothers will admit to it, and I don't say it in some like, ha ha, look at me type of way. I was pretty clearly my mom's favorite. I don't know why. Lenny, I know why Lenny wasn't, because Lenny fucking, it's a great line in Almost Famous where she goes, you are rebellious and ungrateful of my love. And I think my mom viewed Lenny as that, because Lenny would flip couches and fight against the machine, but it was because he was turned into a man way earlier than he needed to be, and turned into a father to guys who were his brothers, not his kids. So he got fucking kicked out of the house when he was 16 or 17. I think it was 17. And then it was me and the other guys. And, she had her various battles with everybody else. Glenn shaving his eyebrows off and going into fucking mental hospitals and all sorts of bullshit. And she and I never had that. So I'm wondering if I was just by default, I was the choice. I don't know, man. I don't know. So I would tell Lenny things and it would be, I'd say, don't tell Ma, because even though I was the favorite, there was a chance that she would, because I did one time get that, and you know the story. I lied to her about Lenny ditching school, and she looked like a fool. She went to the high school looking for Lenny, and he wasn't there. And then I pretended I was sleeping in the car. And she's like, wake up. Did you know your brother was suspended? No. And then we got home, and she made me a steak. It was because I had walking pneumonia, so I couldn't go to school. She made me a steak when we got home. It was awesome, an afternoon steak. And then Lenny walked in, and my mom was at the stove making said steak. And he walked in the front door, which is on her right, and he approached her from her right-hand side. She didn't even turn around. And he goes, hey, what's going on? Oh, wow, you're making a steak. And she's like, how was school today? And I'm looking at him like, don't, dude, don't. I'm trying to get his attention. Don't. And he just goes, fine. And my mom hit Lenny in the face with a spatula, covered in steak grease. Didn't fucking care. Whack. I was at that goddamn school today and you were fucking suspended. What the fuck? Yeah, I look like a fucking idiot. I don't even know where my kid is, goddammit. And Lenny, cowering against the countertop, grease dripping off of his face, a red mark with slots on it from a spatula, burned into his cheek, immediately looks up and goes, Mike knew! And I couldn't pretend I was asleep there because I was waiting to eat a delicious steak. And my mom looked at me and just goes, I'll never trust you again. So that was as close as I ever got to getting the mom treatment. So when she would say, don't tell anybody, it drove me kind of out of my mind. So that's who she was. And as I said, it kind of got worse as she got older. She got real secretive and real angry. And then my aunt dying, that did not help. My aunt died in September. And a week later, I got a text from my mom, and she was in the emergency room. And she said, hey, it's not serious. You guys don't worry about it. But I just wanted to let you know that I'm here if you call me. And I said, well, can I call you now? And she goes, well, not now. I'm waiting to see somebody. And as soon as I know what's going on, I'll let you know. I said, okay. Well, let me know if I got to come out there. Nobody's got to come out here. Don't worry about it. No, I'm going to be fine. Everything's good. This is a week after my aunt passed. And my mom spends 5 days in the hospital. And I was told it wasn't serious. So I would text with her and I'd call her and she sounded awful. And it turned out that she now needed oxygen. And that was one of the reasons she was in the hospital for 5 days. Was they had to get her this oxygen rig and they had to get it all set up. And I guess you got to sign up to get stuff delivered. And I don't even know, man. Because again, my mom wouldn't break it down for me. I go, what's the deal here? You need, don't worry about it. It's all taken care of. Everything's fine. Mom, it's not fine. You're in the hospital for 5 days. What's the doctor say? Well, I'll see him when I leave the hospital. I'm sorry? Yeah, I can't talk to him while I'm in the hospital, but right now, but he, we've called him and he's kind of telling me, and I go, Mom, what do you mean you can't see your doctor? And it turns out here, this is the best, this is, brace yourselves. This is fucking beautiful. I'm like I said, my mom's telling me not to come to Florida. I'm like, no problem. And I said, so what's the doctor say? And, my mom and Dan go see a doctor from Poland who isn't allowed to practice medicine in the United States. And I go, Mom, what the fuck are you talking about? And she's like, well, no, he's a doctor, but he's a doctor in Poland, but he's here now and he's not affiliated into the hospitals because he doesn't have a medical license in America. I'm like, why are you seeing this guy? How do I not know terrible things are happening? Like I'm almost apoplectic because I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. But I also at the same time, I know my mom's going to do whatever the fuck she wants. And she has a regular oncologist. She has she has 2 other doctors that she goes to that are real doctors that have fucking offices and she can go visit. As a matter of fact, I think I told you she pulled one of them aside in a goddamn hallway and berated her because she didn't smile or whatever the fuck. But now I got to find out my mom is seeing fucking Lake Valence's nephew, Wojtek Frykowski's fucking brother, whoever the fuck this guy is, and he can't treat her in the hospital because he's not allowed in. I'm like, because even in my brain, I'm like, can't this fucking guy, like, tell him not to wear the coat. Tell him to come in as a visitor and pretend he's visiting you, and then he can do doctor shit. Tell him to sneak a stethoscope in his fucking back pocket. Nobody will even fucking look at the goddamn guy. Are you kidding me with this? And I'm fucking pissed. But again, I can't tell my mom what to do. And this guy's taking care of Dan as well. And I'm like, well, is Dan, because Dan is, Dan winds up he's got problems with his legs. He's got a hearing aid issue where his hearing aids don't work. I think I told you that story. My mom told me, I can't even imagine what it was like in their house during the pandemic. I can't fucking imagine. My mom was on a chair once when she got home with the oxygen and she had some kind of fucking like attack where she wasn't sure if it was a seizure, what the fuck it was, but she couldn't talk. And she was like, and in the chair, and he's sitting, 6 feet away doing a crossword puzzle at the fucking kitchen table, but he can't hear because he doesn't have his hearing aids in. And she's trying to wave and get his attention, and he's not even looking. He's doing a fucking puzzle. And finally, whatever this was passes, and she's like, Dan. And she like fucking grabs him, and he's like, oh, well, hey, what? And she's like, you not have your hearing aids in? You got to turn them on. I was just, I couldn't breathe. And he's just like, oh, I'm sorry. There's a story they had. My mom was telling me that, Dan would come walking down the hallway in the middle of the night. My mom's not used to having anybody awake. And my mom has a .357 Magnum in her fucking magazine pouch of her fucking rocker recliner. She got a gun. And I've told this story before. Again, when I was there in Florida once, I dropped the remote control into a chair. I reached in and I pulled out a pistol. I was like, what the fuck? They had guns in Dan's truck. My mom's got a shotgun on the side of her bed. They got like 9 guns in this fucking house. To the point where, Dan, when he would come into the hallway, he would have to go, hey, he would have to say who he was so my mom didn't shoot him in the face. Fucking unbelievable. Dan told me a story once where he actually heard something, because this is crazy. He never hears anything. And he heard something in the daytime, and he got up with his gun and he walked down, and my mom was coming down the hallway with a gun as well. They had heard stuff and they didn't know what the fuck it was. My mom thought Dan wasn't home, so she heard something, and Dan didn't know that she was awake. So he has a gun in his hand. He comes down the hallway and my mom's there, but she's coming out of the bedroom with a gun. It's like, what the fuck? What a zoo, man. So those two, then the pandemic comes, they're locked up in a house with 9 guns, and my mom losing her fucking mind. She can't breathe and Dan can't hear. It's just like, it's like that bed of invalids in fucking Willy Wonka. Except there's always the possibility of death by firearm. So in September, my mom gets her oxygen rig, right? And I talk to her and then she's, like I said, she's not copping to stuff. She's like, oh, I'm feeling a lot better. And I go, well, are you using the oxygen? Well, yeah, but I feel like I don't need it anymore. And I'm like, Mom, everybody needs oxygen. She goes, no, I don't need this. I don't need this stuff anymore. I'm telling you, I'm fine. And I go, Ma, you're not fine. What does Dr. Pierogi say about it? Has he got anything he can fucking lend to the situation? Can he step up? God damn it. What is that fucking guy going to bring to the table? Oh, fuck me. What does Dr. Kobasa have to say? Fuck. But she insisted. And then we were on the phone one time and she couldn't breathe. And I said, Ma, are you okay? And she's like, I don't. And I go, Ma, do I have to call somebody? What's going on? Do you want me to call an ambulance? No, I just gotta, let me call you back. I'll be back. And she hangs up the phone. And so I'm sitting there now, paralyzed in my house, late on a Sunday night, not knowing what the fuck to do. And I get a text 10 minutes later, and it's her saying, you know what, son, I'm fine. I grabbed the oxygen. I don't think I can talk anymore tonight, but I'm okay. I've grabbed it. I'm breathing and everything's good. I said, are you sure? She said, yes. I said, all right, well, I'm up and I'm going to be up for like the next fucking 5 hours and I'll make sure to be up for the next fucking 5 hours. You write me if you need anything. If it goes weird, let me know. I'm fine, son. I love you. I'll talk to you next week. So that was the deal. My mom would go into the hospital and we would be told it wasn't a big deal and it was fine and never to worry about it, until 5 days later, she's still in the goddamn hospital. So last month, I got a text on a Monday. It was Monday the 9th, the 7th? I don't even fucking know. 14. Yeah, it was the 7th, March 7th. And it was from Dan. It was Monday morning, and I had talked to my mom on that particular week. I had talked to her on Friday, and I get a text from him on Monday morning, and he's like, "Hey, just letting you know, your mom's in the hospital. Everything's fine. She's got pneumonia." Now, first of all, those two statements conflict right there. Everything is not fine if my mom has pneumonia. Because my mom, in addition to having cancer 3 times that she beat and active cancer in her body right now, also has had pneumonia 3 separate times. And she beat it every single fucking time. But one of them, when I was in high school, was very scary and she almost died then. She was in an oxygen tent for like 9 days. So she's had close calls with this before. So don't tell me everything's fine. My mom's got pneumonia. And he says, everything's fine. Your mom's got pneumonia. She's in the hospital now. No, don't come down. Don't come to Florida. Tell your brothers, but tell them, nobody comes to Florida. But go ahead and tell the other guys. And but totally saying, hey, look, don't come down here. No matter, just don't come down here. Because that's, again, my mom told him nobody has to come down, whatever the fuck. So I call him, and he's really kind of out of it and slow. Worse than I could ever remember. And I said, hey, how's it going there? What happened? And he goes, we were walking yesterday, and she just all of a sudden couldn't breathe. And, I got her oxygen, set up, and she said, you got to call an ambulance. And I said, well, let's wait, just come. And she said, no, call a fucking ambulance. And now that's happened before. When she went to the hospital in September, she told me that she told Dan to call an ambulance. And he was like, well, why don't you just sit down and relax? She's like, no, I got to go to the hospital. Like right now, I don't know what's going on. And then Dan called the ambulance and said, this is what my mom said. She said, Dan said, yeah, my wife thinks that she's having some trouble breathing. I don't know if it's a normal and my mom grabs the fucking phone out of his hand. And she goes, I need an ambulance. Here's the address. And she gives him the phone. She goes, why are you parsing the fucking situation? I just told you I can't fucking breathe. So when she's got this pneumonia, I guess on Sunday, same deal. She can't breathe. The oxygen rig, she's got it with her, but he said that she still had to go. And, but not to worry. He said, don't, and again, very slowly, he said, she's here and it's fine. Just tell the other guys, nobody needs to come down. I said, all right. So make sure nobody comes here. I said, all right. So I let Lenny know. And I said, we got to tell the guys, but mom's in the hospital with pneumonia, but I'm so used to her being in the hospital at this point. And I'm so used to her being in there, and I'm so used to her leaving. Because my mom is fucking indestructible. And has been for years. I mean, she beat cancer 3 times. She beat pneumonia 3 times. Broke her back 1 time, and then walked to a phone. I mean, my mom is a roughhouser. I've told you about this. I mean, this is who she is. Was. So I just go, okay, well, she's done this before. She'll be fine. I'll stay in her orbit a little bit and we'll see what happens. So, that's Monday. And, I send her a text And I just say, hey, Ma, and I a long note, and Dan told me you're in the hospital with pneumonia. I just want to make sure you're okay. And I call her and I leave a voicemail, and she doesn't pick up. And so Tuesday comes along, and I talk to Dan, and he goes, yeah, your mom's she's still in the hospital. Just trying to make sure that she's okay, and they're taking care of her. I go, well, who's seeing her? She goes, I know your doctor can't come to the hospital. Well, no, the nurses are taking care of her, and I go see her, and it's fine. But in talking to him, it almost sounds like every conversation I'm having, he's getting worse. And I don't know what to do about it. He's my contact there. And I said, hey, which hospital is it? And he goes, oh, well, it's the one she always comes to. I go, okay, well, do you have a phone number for it? Is there anything like that? Can I call her room? And he goes, oh, she's got her cell phone. Just call there. And I said, okay. So I text her again on Tuesday, and I call her. She doesn't answer. She never sends me a text back. So that's Tuesday. Now Wednesday comes, and now I'm starting to wonder what's happening, because again, I don't have an update. But again, I don't wonder too much, because this is what my mom does. She goes in the hospital, and then when she's done, she goes home and calls me. So Wednesday, I just kind of blow it off. And then that night, I text her, and just say, hey, look, let me know when you're home, and let me know what's going on. And then Dan, I call him, and I said, how are you? And he said, good. And I said, so what's going on? He goes, oh yeah, no, she's still in the hospital. That's why I know, but I've texted a few times and called. And, she's not calling me back. He goes, yeah, I know. She doesn't answer her phone. I said, all right, well, just when she's up and around, have her contact me. He said, okay. So Thursday, which was March 10th, and that's when I recorded my last show, I get a phone call from Dan. He actually calls me at 11 in the morning, my time. And I answer the phone. I had just gotten out of the shower. And I'm like, I go, hey, Dan, what's happening? What's the situation? And he says, hello, Michael. And he sounds worse than I've ever heard him. And I said, hey, are you okay? And I think to myself, is he crying? Now, I've known Dan 40 years, and I've never seen him cry. Again, I wasn't around when his brother passed. I wasn't around when his sister passed. When his ex-wife, who he had a good relationship with, passed. I understand those. He was very emotional in those situations, but I was not there for those. I've not ever seen him in a compromised, weakened position, so to speak. And he's sniffling, and he sounds like he's crying, and then I'm like, well, maybe it's a cold. I don't even know. And I said, are you okay? He says, Michael, I don't have any good news for you, kiddo. I said, oh, man. I go, are they going to keep Mom in a few more days? He said, yeah. The nurses tell me your mom's not coming home. And I don't have any tale to tell. I don't have any, the whole room got small, and oh my God, I went weak in the knees. None of that happened, because again, I'm so used to my mom just going, yeah, fuck you, I'm fine, that I kind of didn't believe it at first. I said, what are you talking about? He goes, yeah. And he's crying. Now he's crying. He says, they tell me your mom's not going to get out of the hospital. She's not going to come home, so I don't have good news for you. I said, Jesus Christ, what happened? He says, yeah, she's just not breathing right. But don't come down here. I said, what? He goes, yeah, don't, you guys, you know what? Your ma says that she doesn't want you to come here, so make sure that none of the guys come down. I go, Dan, I'm coming. I'm going to be there. I'll be there. And I'm still weirded out, but I'm starting to get choked up because I'm starting to think if this is real or not, but I don't know at the time. And I'm on the phone in my fucking bedroom. And I said, all right, well, look, I got to call the guys. And he goes, well, okay, but make sure you tell them not to come down. Your mom will kill me if you guys come here. I go, Dan, you got to stop with that. I go, is there anybody I can talk to? Like, is there a number at the hospital? Well, no, the nurses aren't here right now. And I go, okay, well, I need the number to the hospital. Just tell me like which one it is, please. And he's like, all right, I'll get it. I'll and I don't know what to do. Your mom, I know she doesn't want, and he's gone. In talking to him, he's spinning out, and whatever capacity he had for understanding things was already diminished, but now being told this has sent him into a spiral, and I can hear it. And I hang up, and I call Lenny, and the weirdest thing happened. I had this realization in the literally the 40 seconds it took to dial Lenny's number and have him answer. When I was 13 years old, the day before my 13th birthday, my father died. And it was Lenny who told me. And he told me in a very abrupt way that wasn't his fault. He was trying to get me to understand the situation, and I was not comprehending it. And he just went, Dad's dead. Sit down. You're not going anywhere. And I, of course, then left because why stick around after that? And I didn't fully understand it until later when my mom found me out playing baseball, and she's like honking the horn, get over here. And she had to grab both hands around my head and shake me and go, your father is dead. And then I fell apart. But in the moment it took me to hang up with Dan and then call Lenny and have him answer, I realized that I was now going to have to tell Lenny that Mom was dead or dying. And that hit me hard. And that made me cry. This weird, in 40 seconds, from the time I hung up with Dan and then I had to call Lenny and he answered his phone, I had this realization that I was about, because hearing that my father had died at that time was the worst moment of my entire life. And I was now about to fucking replicate it with the exact same person who I had experienced the other moment with the first time. Lenny answers the phone, and I'm like, hey, all right, what are you doing? He's like, I'm in the gym. I said, I got to talk to you, but I have to talk to you right now. It's not like you can finish your workout. I'm trying to hold myself together. And he goes, what's up? And I go, can you hear me? Because I can hear the gym. And he's like, yeah. I said, I just talked to Dan, and he tells me that Mom's not getting out of the hospital. And he says, today? And I said, ever. And he said, son of a bitch. I said, yeah. And he goes, all right, well, I'm going. And I said, well, I'm going too. I go, we just got to figure out when and what we're doing. I go, by the way, he also told me not to come down there. He goes, what? I go, yeah. He said, Mom doesn't want us down there. I go, well, and he's like, well, fuck that. I go, yes, fuck that. We're going. There's no doubt. It doesn't matter. So we get the parts moving at that point, and we call, we got to call our other brothers. We got to try to book flights. We got to try to get out. And, flight from fucking California to Florida it's $1,000 at that time to leave that day. And so luckily I have a friend, my buddy Dennis, who's in the Million Mile Club at Delta. And I call him up and I said, hey, look, I wouldn't do this, and he goes, stop, it's done. He goes, when are you leaving? I said, tonight. He goes, great. He goes, I'll fix it. I'll get it all squared away. And so I called Lenny, and he said, I booked my flight. I'm leaving at 9:30 from LAX on Delta. And I said, you're leaving on Delta? He said, yeah. I said, okay. I called Dennis back and I go, look, here's Lenny's flight. If you could get us on the same flight, that would be fucking amazing. And Dennis did. He got me on the flight with Lenny from here to Newark. We had to take a red eye. We had to leave at 9:30 from LAX, go to Newark, and then Newark to Sarasota. And also this is neither here nor there, but I was supposed to go to Arizona for spring training with the guys. And that was one of the reasons I called Dennis, was because I said, hey, look, my plan was to cancel my flights to and from Arizona and then combine those and use those to buy the tickets that I needed to go to Florida. And all I was buying was a ticket to Florida because I wasn't sure when I was coming home. And so when I called Dennis to tell him that I wouldn't be able to attend the trip, and I said, look, I hate to do this to you, but I had to tell you, my mom, I think I'm losing my mom tonight or tomorrow. And then he said, are you taken care of? And I said, well, I'm going to cancel the Arizona flights and try to pair him up. And he's like, well, I mean, I can get you there. He goes, I can get you your flights, whatever you need. And then that's why we went forward, because Dennis would do fucking anything because he's a miracle worker. So Lenny and I wind up booking the flights together, and we called the little guys, and they're in a bit of a different financial position. I'm not doing good. Lenny's doing okay, but he's got 2 daughters to take care of. But Andy and Scott are Andy and Scott, and they've had their own situations to deal with recently that required outlays of capital and medical and otherwise. So we call them, and they're like, well, we're coming to Florida, and they decide that they're not going to fly, because we're like, if you're going to fly, tell us, we'll pick you up, we'll figure out where you're at. And they said no, because Andy is in Southern Illinois and my brother Scott is in Naperville, Illinois. Scott and his girlfriend Catherine decide they're going to rent a car, and they're going to go down and pick up Andy on the way and drive to Florida. Just drive overnight, all day the next day. So that's fine. Whatever they got going on is fine. So Lenny and I get the parts moving. They're going to go ahead and get in the car. They're going to drive. We're going to do this. Lenny, I told him, I go, look, his daughter is going to drive us to the airport and drop us off that night. So I'm in the middle of canceling this and canceling that and the other thing and all these different things. And I know I got to record a show that day too, because I can't just fucking bail. And then Dan calls me at 2:00 my time, which is, 5:00 on the East Coast. And I see his name on the phone and I fucking freeze. Because if he told me at 11 she wasn't leaving the hospital, is she gone? I don't know. And I don't want to answer the fucking phone, but I have to, because I got to know what the fuck is going on. So I answer. I said, hey, Dan, what's happening? Is everything okay? And he says, hey, yeah, I just want to tell you, your mom's coming home tonight at 7:30. I said, excuse me? He says, yeah, your mom's coming home at 7:30 tonight. I said, how the fuck is that happening, Dan? I go, were they wrong this morning? He goes, well, she told me that she's going to be here, so she'll be here at 7:30. I go, what do you mean she's going to be there? Are you picking her up? And he goes, your mom, I just know she'll be here at 7:30 tonight. And I said, okay, well, that's in a couple hours. Like, are you picking her up? Is she what's happening? And he goes, I don't know. I'm just telling you that, you guys don't have to come down here because she's going to be here at 7:30. So, and I went, all right, let me ask you this, Dan. I go, I know how mom is. Is mom being dismissed from the hospital? Or is mom just fucking leaving the hospital? You got to tell me. Because my mom has a history of that as well. It's a story I've told on here. My mom this is when she had broken her back, and then she had a hysterectomy, and she was in the hospital. And then pneumonia. Like, she got hit with all these things. She was in the hospital for almost 3 weeks. And she was in recovery from that. So we were actually staying up in Wisconsin with grandparents. we had stayed with a babysitter for a while in my house, and then we went up and stayed with grandparents. And my mom found out that Lenny had fucked the babysitter, this live-in babysitter that she trusted. And so they had a mutual friend named Mark. And my mom called Mark and said, come down here to the hospital. And my mom asked Mark where it was Lynn, and he said he wasn't sure. And my mom's like, I know you know where she fucking is. Is she at your fucking house? And Mark's just kind of like, and he knew you didn't lie to my fucking mom. And he goes, all right. So my mom ripped the fucking tubes out of her arm, and she got up and she split. And she said, take me to your house. And Mark took her to the house, and they went to the front door, and Mark was going to go in, and my mom's like, no. And my mom rang the doorbell. Because if you recall, my mom enjoys the sneak attack. Whether it's with a spatula, whether it's right out of the hospital, my mom is always thinking of the best way to inflict maximum surprise and pain. And my mom rang the doorbell, and Lynn opened the door, and believe me, I'm getting this from my mom later. Lynn's face fucking like froze, and my mom walked in and grabbed Lynn by the shirt and just started fucking punching her in the face, just wailing on her. Lynn tried to cover up. Lynn didn't know, and Lynn went down. My mom punched her out, broke her fucking jaw, turned around and looked at Mark and said, take me back to the fucking hospital. So that's my mom's history. And it wouldn't shock me if they had told her, hey, you're not leaving the hospital. And she said, fuck that, and pulled the tubes out. And he says, well, she'll be here at 7:30. I said, okay. I said, that's fucking weird, but we're still coming, I think. Just letting you know, you guys don't have to be here. So I hang up and I call Lenny and I go, dude, fucking Dan just called me. And he's like, oh no. I said, no. He says mom's coming home. And Lenny says, what? I go, yeah, he said she's coming home at 7:30 tonight. He goes, was he taking her home? And I go, no, he says she's coming home. That's the thing. And I should tell you this too. When we were talking, I said, well, I go, Dan, I'm calling her at the hospital and she doesn't answer the phone. He goes, yeah, she doesn't answer when I call either. And I go, well, then how have you talked to her? He goes, well, I know that, she's going to be here at 7:30. And Lenny goes, man, and Lenny had just canceled 2 weeks of work on a road trip on a boat, which is, again, we don't give a fuck if we've got to go to Florida, but if we don't, and he's canceled that, it's just, and we don't know what the fuck to do. So, I said, what's happening? He goes, I don't know. Let's wait. And that's why when I recorded a show to talk to you guys, I said I didn't know what was happening because I really didn't know what was happening. I didn't know if my mom was okay or if she was dying or leaving or sick or had left. I had no idea. And I didn't want to leave it in some vague, weird thing where I'm like, look, I got to go for a medical emergency, but I don't know when, it just sounded like even giving any specifics was a bad idea. So I did what I did. And that's why I said vaguely, hey, look, I really don't know the situation here. When I have information, I can tell you, and I will. And then everybody went, oh my God, he's going to prison. I'm not going to prison, at least not yet. So our flights were at 9:30. 7 o'clock on the East Coast passes, 7:30 passes. I don't hear from Dan at all. And I call him, he doesn't answer his phone. I text him, he doesn't answer the text. And I should tell you this too. I had contacted his daughter, and his daughter contacted him, and she was dealing with him too. And she was just like, oh man, I don't know what's, and he's all shaken up like he has nothing to say. Can you at least find out what the hospital is? He won't even tell me what the hospital is. And Karen sent me the information for the hospital. And I don't think Dan was not telling me. I think, again, I didn't really ask for it in the beginning of the week because my mom would be home. I knew she would be home. She's always home, and she had her cell phone. But now I needed it. So his daughter sent it to me, and I called all day, and I couldn't get a fucking person on the phone. I'm not joking. It was some Byzantine fucking voicemail system where I wound up, I was actually pressing There was maintenance. I pressed maintenance to see if anybody would pick up. There was a records room. I pressed that. Like, I was doing anything to get a human being on the phone, and I could not. Nobody would pick up. The only thing you could do was enter the room of the patient, and I would enter my mom's room and number, and there was no answer. So we had no answers. We didn't know what the fuck was going on. All I'm relying on is Dan telling me what he had heard, and then he'd, gone back on it and said she was coming home, and then I didn't talk to him at all. So I said, Lenny's like, we're going, right? I go, fuck yes, we're going. We have to go. Even if we go just to see what's happening. I mean, it sounds like we need to be there. So we did. We just made the plan where we were going to split. Oh, I'll tell you this. Later that night, past the 7:30 deadline, I mentioned I'd called Dan. He didn't answer. I texted him. He didn't answer. Well, I finally called, and I got him on the phone, and he said, Michael. I said, yeah, hey, Dan. Is my mom home? Is she coming home? What's going on? And he doesn't answer me. And I go, Dan? And he's still there. I can hear him breathing, but he's not talking to me. And I go, Dan, what's this? And I just keep repeating, and I'm asking him questions. And he goes, Michael, are you there? And I go, I am. I'm here. And he doesn't answer me. So then I text him while he's on the phone with me. And I hear his phone go like, blah-blah-blah, like a little fucking text noise. And I don't know if he looked at it or he didn't look at it. Then I text him again. I go, I'm here. You can talk. I'm listening. What's going on? Where are you? Are you at the hospital? Are you home? Like, I'm texting them these things, and I'm saying them out loud, and he's not answering me at all. And then I text his daughter. And I go, look, your dad's kind of starting to scare me here. I go, because I'm writing him notes. I'm on the phone with him, and he won't talk to me. But I'm trying to text her, and then I'm sending her screenshots of my texts to him. And then she texts him. And 6 minutes goes by. 6 fucking minutes. And I'm like, I can't fucking, what's going on? He's breathing. He won't talk. He won't fucking text. He doesn't do anything. And finally, I tell his daughter, I go, look, I'm going to hang up. And if you can call him, maybe he'll answer and talk to you. I don't know. And so I hang up. And then she texts me later and she's like, yeah, it's his hearing aids. Like, he can't hear you. He didn't know that you were talking. I said, okay, but I was texting him, telling him to talk to me, and he still wasn't. And she's like, yeah, he's pretty shaken up. And I said, yeah, I guess, man, because I'm texting and talking and he's not answering, and I don't know what to do at that point. So Lenny and I go to the airport. Now Dennis gets me these 2 tickets, and look, I'm not going to stare in Dennis's gift horse of a mouth or whatever the fuck, but I'll tell you this, Dennis booked the flights the way you would book flights for a normal person. So we get to LAX, and I have a middle seat on the way to Newark. And then I have an aisle seat on the way to Sarasota. Now, I have a preference, as you know. I like to sit on the right-hand side of the plane. It's strategic. One, I can lean against the fucking plane and go to sleep. But also, I can squish my way closer to the side of the plane, so I'm giving as much room as I can to whoever's in the middle, because they are fucking miserable sitting next to me. But when I see I'm in a middle seat, I'm like, all the way to Newark, I'm like, that's not going to fucking work. I just can't. So I go to check in, and it turns out, thankfully, on the way to Newark, there's one aisle seat left. And I scoop it up. So I sit in the aisle seat, and, Lenny and I are like, I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. What are we going to do? He sits far away from me, and I go, I'm just going to sleep on this plane. So I got a couple hours sleep. We land in Newark, and, our connecting flight is like in an hour, but it's 6 a.m. We start to work our way across the terminal. And Lenny calls the hospital, and he gets someone on the phone. He actually gets somebody on the phone. And as he's doing that, I'm checking my texts. I have to turn my phone on. It's been off the whole time. And he's like, he's asking the hospital. He's like, look, my mom's a patient, and he's going through all that. And while he's doing that, I look at my text, and I have a text from Dan that came in the middle of the night. And it says, Mike, you sure she's in the hospital? Because I can't find her. And now I'm really worried. So Lenny's talking to the hospital, and I'm going, well, what's, I'm trying to ask questions that he can ask them, and he's trying to get as many answers as he can. And they tell us basically, hey, look, we can't give you any medical information because, and he's like, well, we're family, and honestly, our stepfather isn't doing very well. He's not giving us answers. And so we just want to know what's happening. We don't need to know a full breakdown, but can you just tell us what's happening? We're on our way there, but our flight won't land there until 9 a.m. Or 8 a.m. I think it was. And the nurse is like, all right, I understand. I can't go into full details, but it is good that you're coming here today. And you should get here as soon as you can. Which, he tells me that, and I'm like, fuck. Well, I mean, that's confirmation, right? He goes, yeah, it's gotta be. I would think so. I said, well, here's bad news. And I said, here's this text I just got from Dan, in the middle of the night. And I read it to him, and he's like, oh my God, what is going on? I said, I don't know. I do not know. And I text Dan. I didn't want to call him because it was still super early. And, I texted his daughter and sent her a screenshot and said, look, I don't know what's happening. You'll want to talk to him when you wake up because she's on West Coast time as well. And then we board the flight and we go to Florida. And we get to Sarasota, and, we don't even have a place to stay just yet. Lenny and I are what we're doing is we wanted to get there. That was it, the end. So we get there, we rent a car, and Sarasota is about 25 minutes or 35 minutes from where my mom is. So we hustle over there, and we walk in to the hospital. And it's so funny in Florida. Everybody's so fucking old everywhere, at the desks, at the gates, at the fucking every supermarket, wherever. Everybody's a fucking grandpa. So we walked in, and they're like, oh, hello there, gentlemen. Hi, how you doing, sir? We're just looking for, oh, yeah, you want to go down here and take a couple lefts? You want a map? No, you know what? I think I know what a couple of lefts means. I'm well aware of that. And again, they're being jovial and nice, and it gets them out of the house, and they're puttering, and that's fine. I'm not shitting on them, but at the same time, it's just this thing where we're haggard. We left our luggage in the car, but we went in. We don't know what the fuck is happening. So we go to find my mom's room. And, guess what? Couple of lefts. Hey, we found it. It was right there. And we found the room number, and we walked in. And you've been in hospitals before, 2 beds. Thankfully, one of them was empty. We got there. It was by the time we got there, it's 11:30 p.m. No, it's 11 o'clock. We walked in, and my mom's in bed, and she's out. She's just out like a light. But man, I haven't seen my mom in person and it's almost, I'm almost ashamed to say it, 6 years? I haven't been to Florida in 7 years, I think. So I haven't seen her in person. I mean, I got pictures of her once with blood all over her face. I think I told you that story, right? Dan sent me a text one day. There's 5 pictures of my mom with blood all over her face. And then the last one comes and she's all stitched up. I'm just like, what the fuck? And that's it. Just the pictures. And then I call my mom and I'm like, Mom, what the fuck is going on? She's like, oh yeah, I fell. That was when she fell. She tripped on the fucking, in the room and hit her head on a dresser. And Dan didn't know how to send words with pictures on his phone. So he just sent the photos. So I just got pictures of my mom covered in blood. Hey, it's great. Thanks. But I understand. Old people in technology. Fucking, I just recently, I spent 2 hours trying to explain Venmo to my mom. Getting it set up, squaring it away, putting me in her friend list, having her send me $1 as a test, hooking it all up. And she's like, oh my God, Michael, thank you so much for this. And then she had to send money to my brothers. She sent a couple people money. And then 2 days later, my mom goes, yeah, my bank kicked me out of that Venmo. I said, what? She goes, yeah, my bank, they locked me out of Venmo. They don't want me using it. I go, what are you talking about? That doesn't happen. Yeah, I don't know. I went in and they asked for some information and I didn't know. So basically nobody kicked her out. Nobody fucking froze her out. But they asked her a question to verify her bank account and she didn't want to do it because she's like, she didn't trust the app. It's the blinking VCR fucking thing. She's like, yeah, no, I didn't give them all that fucking information. Why would I give them my fucking information? Because again, my mom and secrets. My mom keeps it close to the vest, man. Why do they need my fucking information for? Well, because you want to use the service. Fuck that. I got a bank. So I'm not shocked that technology is not at their fingertips. But we walked in, and my mom was in the bed, and I haven't seen her in person, and fuck, her hair was long. Her hair was so fucking long. But she was so small. And just swallowed up. Even by the small bed, she was swallowed up. She was sunken and shrunken and sallow and small and just laying there, just struggling to breathe even then. She had an oxygen thing in her nose, that thing that looks like it's got the 2 tubes that go up your nose. You pull it down over your face. And man, we walked in and we didn't want to disturb her because she was out. And then a nurse came in and she was super kind. And she's like, are you family? We said, we're the Sons. We flew from Los Angeles. And she's like, oh my goodness. And I said, look, we're having real problems finding out what's happening and what's going on. And so this nurse was incredibly kind and said, well, I said, our stepdad's been coming in, and they're like, oh yeah, no, have you seen him? And we're like, no, we came right here. They go, oh, okay, well, and again, I'm going to say this. I don't know what these numbers mean so much. I know them mainly because of COVID. So they were kind of fresh in my mind. So I have a general idea. But she starts giving us the lowdown on what's going on with my mom. My mom has pneumonia. My mom is having trouble breathing, and my mom is never going to breathe regularly. And they expect her to not make it through the night. And she's like, so I'm glad you guys are here. And, hearing it from my stepdad confused is one thing, but hearing it from a medical professional, and I gotta be honest with you, man, we were in such a whirlwind at that point. I heard about it. We booked the flights. We got to the airport. We flew. We did this. We rented the car. We drove. We get to the hospital room, and I didn't cry. It was more of I jutted my jaw, and I'm like, all right, well, what are we doing? What do we have to do? And she said, she's probably not going to make it through the night. We recommend that you go to a hospice. There's a hospice house that we recommend that's really beautiful. And the sooner you make that decision, the better. And we said, well, we can't make that decision without her husband here. She said, I understand. So, but keep it in mind, please. But, it's because my mom has a DNR and a do not intubate. And she said, she has those. So hospice is probably the best place for her. And she said, and truthfully, there's nothing more we can do for her here. All we're doing now is trying to keep her comfortable. That's why we come in and we give her morphine or whatever we need to give her. But, you'll see that when she wakes up, she's, I don't want you to be shocked by it, but she's, your mom's very ornery. We're like, yeah, I know my mom's ornery. She goes, well, don't be surprised. She struggles, and it's because also, when you're not getting oxygen, when you're not breathing, you fight for it. And I said, well, her natural inclination is to fight anyway. And she's like, well, understood, but that, and then once your blood oxygen level goes down, it affects your brain, and then it all feeds into it's a bad cycle. So that's why we do our best to keep her sedated, because it keeps her comfortable. We said, okay. And again, so here's the numbers. My mom, I guess your normal blood oxygen is 95 to 100. And my mom was at 70. And I don't even know what this is. This has something to do with the amount of oxygen they were giving her. Like normally you would get a 5. If you came in, they would have to give you a 5. My mom was up to a 9. So they were having to give her double whatever the normal amount of oxygen was just to keep her breathing. So we say thank you, and they say, did you sleep? Are you hungry? And we said, well, we can't sleep or whatever. And then my mom starts to stir. And both Lenny and I go to either side of the bed, and my mom's starting to start, she looks up and she tries to get out of bed, and we're like, no, Ma, it's, and he's like, it's Lenny. And I said, it's Mike. Relax. Everything's okay. And she's like, I have to, and she fights, and she's like, I got to go to the bathroom. And we look at the nurse. The nurse is like, she has a catheter. She doesn't have to go to the bathroom. She thinks she does. So we say, Ma, you got a catheter. It's okay. Relax. Everything's fine. And she pulls the oxygen out of her nose. We're like, Mom, and she's fighting us like hardcore. Like she keeps trying to get out of bed. And we're not, I'm not putting hands on her, but we're blocking the side of the bed. And she keeps still trying to get out. And the nurse is like, that's the way it's going to be. Hold on. Let me see if it's time for her to get a shot. And so the nurse splits, and we're like, hey, it's me. It's Mike. And Lenny's like, hi, Ma, it's Lenny. And we're trying to get her to identify us. And she doesn't even see us. She's kind of like looking through us. I have to go to the bathroom. Let me up. And we're like, Ma, it's okay. And we kind of, we got hands on her shoulders a little bit. We're just kind of holding her and keeping her in place. And then she looks up, and she has a glimmer. I can see it. I can absolutely fucking see it. She sees Lenny, and she knows who he is. And she goes, I move. I got to go to the fucking bathroom. And Lenny's like, Ma, you can't get out of bed. You're fine. You have a catheter. You don't need to go. And my mom makes this face that has been a part of my life since I was a child. And it's basically, she stares at you, and she rolls her eyes, and she's like, get the fuck out of here. Like that's the best way I can explain the face. Get the fuck out of here. And she makes it at Lenny. And I'm like, well, there's Mom. Mom's here. And whether she's a husk or not, no matter how small and shrunken she is, she's fucking struggling, man. And she recognized Lenny. And we're like, Ma, you can't. And she doesn't stop. That's the thing. It's not like she listens to us at any point. She doesn't like struggle and move. And we go, Ma, come on, it's okay. And she goes, okay. She continues to struggle. She's perpetual motion. It's weird. It's like almost like a toddler climbing over fucking furniture and shit like that. Like she kept trying to find different angles, put a head fake on us, trying to get out of the fucking bed, even though she doesn't have to get out of the bed. And we tell her, you don't have to get out of the bed. Ma, don't worry about it. And she makes this fucking face like, whatever. And then the nurse comes in, and she's like, okay, we can actually, they were giving her morphine, and there's another one that's Haldol. Is that what it is? Well, they're not giving the Haldol was at the hospice. This is just morphine they're giving her at the hospital. And then they give her a shot. And, my mom struggles even through the first fucking 10, 15 minutes of the shot until finally she lays down. She keeps pulling the oxygen off. Even sleeping, even laying down, she'll reach up and pull the oxygen out of her nose. We have to put it back. They come in, and then these people at this hospital were so incredibly kind. They come in with food. like crackers and chips. And they go, do you want sandwiches? Do you want anything? Oh, I didn't even tell you this. When we walked in and there was my mom, and she's just this ghost. And she's in the bed, and on her bedside table, there's a tray. And I take the lid off it, and there's a pulled pork sandwich, courtesy of the hospital. And I'm like, man, these fucking people, like, they know that they've told us basically she's not going to make it through the night. But that doesn't fucking matter. Everybody gets a goddamn pulled pork sandwich in our hospital. And I don't think my mom's going to eat pulled pork if she's alive, honestly, at this fucking point. But they bring her, it was just such a symbol of weirdness for me. I'm just like, wait a minute, you just told me that she's going to die tonight, and you brought her a pulled pork sandwich? As if she's some sort of convict and that's what she wanted? Please. Such a strange thing. And I'll be honest with you, they were like, well, you can eat this if you want. And I'm like, well, I'm not eating. That's what I'm going to eat is my mom's death lunch. That's not fucking happening. Are you kidding me? That's something I'm going to take with me forever. Because honestly, what if I eat the pulled pork sandwich and then my mom comes out of it like that? She's like, I am starving. Oh, no. Mom, I have terrible news. I've consumed your pork sandwich. She fucking dies. Terrible. I would never be able to live it down. So they take that tray, they bring us a bunch of food and chips and stuff, and they're just so nice. And Lenny and I are just, and then, you're just sitting there. And we're talking and we're trying to figure it out. We're texting with the guys to figure out where they are, what time they get to town. We're also coordinating with my brother Glenn, who's in South Dakota, who can't make it. He's not going to be able to come out. And so we're trying to keep him in the loop. We set up a fucking text string where everybody's getting notified, and a few hours pass, and about 2:30, Dan shows up at the hospital. He comes walking in, and I as shocked as I was to see my mom and the condition she was in, I was more shocked to see Dan. Now, I mentioned Dan was slowing down, but Dan, he to me, he looked like he weighed 120 pounds. He comes in shorts and a t-shirt, and his hair's all messed up. Like, because I described him to you as he was a rake. He was a he'd have his hair always combed neatly, his mustache trimmed. He was like, he'd wink at you. He was that dude. And he comes in. He looked like he'd been in a car accident. He's actually bleeding. He has open wounds on his elbows and his knees. And it's from falling. Because when he comes in, he can barely walk. And he comes in and he's like, oh, hello, boys. And we give him a hug. We let him sit down, and he kisses my mom, and she's still out of it from the drug shot, and we tell him, well, she's been fighting really hard to try to get out of the bed. We give him an update, and he sits there and he holds her hand, and we go, how are you? Are you hungry? Do you want anything? You want some coffee or something? And we get the nurse to get us like surgical wipes or whatever the fuck to clean up his arms, and we're like, do you want a Band-Aid? And we get a couple of Band-Aids for him, and as we're talking to him, Lenny and I both realize, man, it's a combination of grief and age, but he is addled. In this moment, he is addled. And he's talking to my mom, and then he looks at us and he goes, all right, well, what time, when are we going home with her? And Lenny and I had already had a discussion, and we had decided that we were not going to lie to Dan. We weren't going to say everything's fine. We weren't going to coddle anybody. We felt it was best to speak truthfully about what was happening. And so we looked to Dan, and he said, okay, well, when could you come home? And we said, Dan, you know what? It doesn't look like Mom's going to come home tonight. And Mom's not going to come home ever. He said, oh, so she's not going to leave? And I said, no, she's not. The nurses are saying that she's going to pass here, but we wanted to ask you about hospice. There's a hospice house they recommend. And so then we start to talk to him about that. And as we're trying to explain it, he's not really getting it. And so we ask the nurse if she'll come in. And the nurse comes in and she has a PowerPoint presentation. So she has a website and she opens it up and there's a PowerPoint and she's got a booklet and she shows it to him and she's couching him through it. And it's about a 10-minute presentation, 10, 15 minutes, and explaining everything. They have a lanai that is amazing, she says, and nurses 24/7, and it's just more comfortable and better. And and Lenny and I, by the way, are sold. We are in absolutely on the hospice. Because I failed to mention this when the nurse before Dan showed up was telling us that she thought hospice was the best idea. She said, because your mom has a DNR and a do not intubate, which we couldn't do anyway because they're not going to help now as it is. But she also told us that my mom said earlier in the week when she was still coherent that she was not going to die in that hospital because that's where her sister died. And that was enough. So Lenny and I were, we deferred to Dan and his decision making, but we were going to be firm about steering him toward this hospice because it's a delicate thing. Dan is her husband and he's been with her 40 years, but we're blood. But at the same time, both Lenny and I were in agreement that Dan was going to have the final say on whatever he needed to have the final say on. And we would do everything we could to work him into a situation where he agreed with us, So she gives this whole presentation. She shows him the website and stuff. And she goes, so yeah, I really think the hospice house is a good choice. And, you'll go there. It's private. And she finishes the presentation. And Dan says, okay, so when can she come home? And it's not landing with them at all, man. Not at all. And the nurse kind of goes, oh, and she rubs his shoulder. And then we step up and we go, Dan, mom's not coming home. And they can't do anything more for her here. So we think that the hospice is the best move. I mean, you just saw it's a beautiful place. It's not far from here. And again, we don't know if it's a beautiful place. We're just looking at fucking pictures. But all I know is my mom's fucking final wish is that she's not going to die in this goddamn hospital. Well, that and she's not going to be buried in Florida. Oh, and that and she's going to be cremated. Oh, and that and she's not getting her ashes scattered in fucking Florida because she fucking hates it. She's made all that very clear to me. So we give it another half hour, 45 minutes of just kind of, we didn't push it on him, but we talked to him and we told him, we mentioned the thing about Aunt Marge, and he looks at Lenny and he goes, do you think this is the right thing to do? And Lenny says, yeah, Dad, I do. And he goes, okay, then let's do it. So we tell the nurse, we're ready to go to hospice house. They call, they make the arrangements. They tell us an ambulance will come and the ambulance will take my mom there. It's about a 15-minute ride. And then the nurse tells us that we need to be prepared because with the condition my mom is in, there is a chance that she will not survive the ride to the hospital, the hospice. And so Lenny and I are like, all right, but I guess, it's the chance you got to take. Is there any way, are there special precautions? They go, no, it's just, no matter what, she's going to be on there. They're going to give her oxygen. They're going to have her in the ambulance, but we don't know. They go, that's why we told you that she may not make it through the night here. We don't expect it. So if she goes it might be a shock to go in the ambulance. We're not sure, but we still, and we said, well, but it's still the best move to go. Yes, it's still, this is what we think you should do. So we said, all right, cool. By the way, cool is not a word I used. It's a word I just said now. I keep sipping water. I apologize, but for some reason my mouth is all fucking dry. So, and by the way, this is long. I recognize that, and it's something that I hope you never have to go through. I'm giving you a window into it, I suppose. I don't know. Honestly, this show is my life, and this has been my life for the past fucking 6 weeks. So we wait for the hospital to get the ambulance. They call them, and it takes like a fucking hour and a half. And we're like, what the fuck, man? So the ambulance finally gets there at it's like 4:30. And they're like, all right, they're here. They got a gurney. They're going to bring her in and all this. So they come rolling in. And it's a lady ambulance person and a gigantic ambulance person. It is a guy who is fucking ripped. I mean, fucking crazy buff. Veins in his forearms. Biceps. The guy's jacked. He's just fucking yoked. And he's got ink. He's got ink all over himself. But he doesn't have like a special dog. He doesn't have a heart with a mom through it. He doesn't have, your typical Japanese characters or barbed wire. No, this guy's got some artwork that makes me do a triple take because I'm going, hey, wait a second. Is this guy a Nazi? He has eagles on his arms, and then he's got like black shapes. I can't explain what they are. But then the thing that strikes me is his whole forearm, from his wrist to the bend in his arm, the crook of his arm, in old English lettering, it looked like, or Baroque lettering, certainly. By the way, I'm observing this while he's trying to load my mom into a gurney and take her to the fucking hospital. So I to the hospice. I don't want to go, hey, what's on your arm? You know what I mean? Because I don't know what the fuck this guy is. And I also don't know if he's going to mangle her in the fucking ambulance. I don't know who this guy, and look, I don't impugn this guy if he's not, but that's the point. Is I'm looking at this ink and I'm going, that's not ink I've ever seen. And he has a phrase and I'm like, is this Latin? Like, what the fuck is this? And I'm trying to get a look at it, but it's so different. I can't commit it to memory like super quick, and he's moving. And then I go, fuck it. I take my phone out like I'm doing a text, and I try to snap photos of his arm so I can see later what the fuck this means, because I'm not going to deal with it now, because they're about to put my mom in a fucking sheet and wrap her up and put her in a goddamn gurney. So I let them finish their business. And then as he's putting her on the gurney, we're saying our goodbyes. We're trying to get ready because we're going to go. And I look and I Google what he has on his arm, and it says, it's a phrase, odorant du métuant. Odorant du métuant. And so I Google it, and first I just Google that phrase with white supremacy, and nothing comes up. But what does come up is Emperor Caligula, and apparently this was a favorite phrase of his, and it translates to, let them hate as long as they fear. And look, that might not be your white supremacist, that might not be your Nazi, but I'm going to tell you, that's not your run-of-the-mill goddamn, hey, check out my new ink at the barbecue, right? That guy's part of some kind of secret society. That dude's got a hooded robe somewhere. That guy's got plenty of candles he handles and a fucking sword, right? But I don't give a fuck at this point. As long as he gets my mom to the hospice safe, then I'm fine. But I do got to tell you, it was quite a shock to see, because he had his arm, he wasn't hiding anything. His arms were covered with this shit. And he was a giant. He was a big fucking Viking dude, clean shaven, but oh man, was he ripped. All right. So Lenny's like, all right, you go with Dan to the hospice and I'll take the rental car. We'll go over. I'll meet you guys there. I said, great. So we roll to the hospice. Like I said, it's like 4:30. We go outside of the parking lot, and I get in Dan's truck, and Dan starts the truck and he backs up, and he pulls out of the hospital and he runs over the curb. And I put the address in my phone. It's like 6 miles. It's 15 minutes, 6 miles with city traffic. And he goes, I'll direct you to where you're going. He goes, okay, great. And then he pulls out of the parking lot. Like I said, he runs over the curb and then he floors it. And I to the point where I actually lean to the right because he's turning left. And I kind of lean into my door. And then he's going 65 miles an hour on a fucking 2-lane highway. and it's 45. And I all of a sudden realize, oh no, he has no fucking, this guy's 80 years old and he has no idea how to, and he's driving a truck. He's driving a fucking truck. I'm like, oh no. So he's fucking tailgating people. He's right on their ass. He's going super fast. And I'm like, Dan, you can slow down, man. I mean, it's right up, it's only, yeah, okay. And I'm freaking the fuck out. And in my brain, I'm like, why the fuck did I not take his keys? Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? So we're rolling, and then he goes to pass a guy without a turn signal, and he's tailgating another guy, and thank God there's no stop signs. And then all of a sudden there is a stop sign, and he has to fucking hit the brakes, and he has to press him to the fucking floor, man, to stop. And I'm losing my mind because I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Am I going to wind up in the fucking hospital? Maybe I should be in the goddamn ambulance. And he goes, hey, Michael, I need gas. I said, good. So he goes to a turn lane, and he does a U-turn and turns into a Wawa. By the way, they have Wawa in Florida. I was thrilled. And he pulls into the gas station. And I go, do you want me to pump the gas? And he goes, no, I got it. And it's this thing where, again, I don't want to take tasks away from him. Because it's hard enough. He's going through the death of his wife, the possible death of his wife, but we all know, but he doesn't know. And so I don't want to be that guy who's like, well, you can't do that. You can't do this. And so I said, you want me to pump the gas? He's like, no, I got it. And I'm like, all right, cool. So he gets out of the truck and I'm just like, what the fuck? And I'm on my phone and, I'm just kind of checking my emails and trying to see what the fuck is going on in the real world because I've been locked in a hermetically sealed goddamn hospital room. And just that hospital room, it's so depressing. The sound, even the TV sounds depressing. That horrible fucking noise through that speaker that sits in your bed. And you can adjust the volume on it because you can put it by your ear. And in the hospital, they have those channels that nobody ever watches, like Ion. They're having a Hawaii Five-0 fucking marathon, but not the good one, the Scott Conn one. Because my mom turned over and leaned on the speaker at one point and turned it way up and nobody wanted to reach under her and turn it down so I could hear Scott Conn talking about fucking Kauai for 15 minutes until she moves. But it took my mind off the fact that my mom might die on the ride over, so that's good news. So I'm checking the phone and then Dan, he's filling the tank and then he gets in the car and he starts up the truck and he pulls away and in my head I go, why the fuck are you letting him drive again? Why did I not say, give me the keys? What is wrong with me? He pulls out into fucking traffic, turns right and skips across 3 lanes to get to a stoplight to do a fucking U-turn. And I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I go, Dan, do you want me to drive? He goes, I'm fine. And I go, no, seriously, it's okay. And he goes, nope, I'm good. Does a fucking another U-turn. Gets up to 60 again, 60, 65. He's driving in a 45, tailgating people. And as he's driving, he's in the right-hand lane. It's now we're on a 4 lane. So, two going one way, 2 going the other. He's in the far right lane and his phone rings. And it's in the center console of the truck. And he goes, oh, and he turns his head to grab the phone. I go, Dan, you don't have to answer the phone. And he looks up at the street. And as he's got his left hand on the wheel, he takes his right hand and he goes to pick up the phone and he flips it. You ever see those people who flip a water bottle to try to get it to land with a little bit of water in it? He flips his phone like that so it does a fucking 180 and it lands in the console. And as he tries to reach for it, he drives on the shoulder of the fucking road. I go, Dan. He looks up, he's like, gets over. Still doing 60, 65. I go, Dan, you got to take a right up here. He fucking slows down. I go, Dan, don't get the phone. He goes, well, I'll get it when we pull over. I go, great. He turns right. So we're finally off the fucking, the huge county line road or whatever the fuck. And now we're in a neighborhood. So we're only 2 miles from the joint. And you got to go left. He turns left. And now we're in a real neighborhood. It's 25 miles an hour. And there's fucking speed bumps. Like humps, not even bumps, the humps, the big ones. And he's doing 40. He's doing 40 miles an hour and he doesn't stop for the speed bumps. Go. I don't know why they put these fucking things here. And I'm like, yeah, mean probably to slow you down. and stop you from going 40 miles an hour in the neighborhood? What the fuck, man? But of course I don't say that. I'm like, yeah, it's stupid, right? Because I'm scared to death, but I also don't want to step on him because he's a man. You know what I mean? That weird thing where you're like, can I comb your hair for you? You know what I mean? Because he's all disheveled. But in reality, you're like, it's a grown man. He can do it, but you got to take care of him too. Fuck. So he's going 40 and a 25, taking these fucking bumps at full speed. And I'm like, Dan, you got to slow down. Slow. And he goes, is it here? And he slows down. And I go, no, but just, it's going to be the next right-hand turn, next stop sign. You go right. Goes right, goes left. Finally gets in the parking lot. Fucking turns the car off. We go walking in. And Lenny is in the lobby. And he goes, hey, they're, I should also say, I see the ambulance out front. And we come in, and Lenny goes, Mom made it. And I said, Jesus, thank God. And he's like, yeah. So they're taking care of her now. And Dan goes, I gotta find a head. And Lenny's like, it's right over there. So he goes in the bathroom, and I look at Lenny and I go, that was some white knuckle bullshit, and I'm never fucking doing it again. And he goes, what? I go, he drove. He dude. I go, you know those speed bumps? He goes, yeah. I go, he took them at 40. And he goes, why didn't you drive? I go, I don't know. Why didn't I drive? And he goes, well, you should have just said to him you wanted to drive. I go, well, I asked him if I should drive, and he said no. And he goes, that's weird. He goes, when I was here a few months ago, we went out to the store, and he asked me if I would drive. And I said, well, I didn't ask him at the hospital. I said, but I asked him after we got gas, but we were already driving, and I maybe he didn't want to pull over or something. He goes, well, I don't know, dude. I go, well, look, he's not driving the rest of this fucking trip. Like the rest of the time we're here, he is absolutely not fucking driving. And he goes, yeah, no, I totally get it. So he comes out, we sit there, and now we're just waiting in the lobby. And the woman comes out to give us a talk and tell us what's going to happen here. You know, my mom is being taken care of, and they're getting her set up, and she runs over what the hospice does. They go, you know, there's no medicine here. There will be, that's the Haldol, and then there's the morphine, and they will do their best to keep her comfortable. That's why they're here. And it's a better environment for patients who are finding themselves in this situation, because in the hospital, there aren't enough people to care for them or keep them comfortable. And you got to push buttons and call people. She goes, we will check on you, you know, and you can come get us anytime you want, but we check on you constantly. Whatever, long speech. So about an hour goes by, hour and 15 minutes, and they go, okay, you can go in the back now. So they walk us back. And this is, again, the hospitals are sterile. Hospitals are fluorescent lights. Hospitals are impersonal. But this place, all the people, you know, it's not a smile. It's just, they understand. You know, they're there to make it as easy on the patient as they possibly can, and to also do everything possible to make sure that the families are taken care of. So we walked in, they said, look, there's a kitchen, the fridge you can use, whatever you need. You come get us. We go to the back of my mom's room, and, Ma's in bed. We walk in, this room is 4 times the size of the hospital room. It's got lights on a dimmer switch, real light bulbs, real lights that you can turn up or down. It's got a couch with a pull-out bed. It's got 2 recliners. It's got a small kitchen table with 3 chairs. It's infinitely better than where she was. The bed it's got to be 3 times the size of the hospital bed. 2 times. 2 times the size. There's just, and again, it wouldn't matter because she's so small. But now she has so much room to kind of just be and exist. And, we grab some chairs. Dan gets one. He takes her hand. And I sit down next to him. And the nurse comes in. And she's very, very, very nice, She was a Cuban woman, and so she had a very heavy accent. Oh, hello, it's nice to see you. Thank you for coming. Oh, so Miss Pat is now comfortable. We wash her and we change her clothes, and obviously it's the new sheets, and everything is very nice, and she's going to be taken care of. And how are you? Does anyone need anything? You want some coffee for right now? Do you want anything right now? And, we're all kind of dragging ass, and I'm just like, no, thank you. She goes, well, you will notice that Miss Pat, she's very, very feisty, Miss Pat. And I said, uh-huh. And she goes, well, but you will look, she has a bandage on her arm there. It's a fresh bandage. She wound up getting a scratch because as we are taking care of Miss Pat, she very feisty, very aggressive, and she reach out and she grab us and she pulling on us, and she punched me. And I said, I am sorry. And she goes, she punched me. It's okay. Sometimes they don't know because of the confusion. They don't know in a new place, and also the oxygen, but now we gave her the medicine, and she's resting comfortably now. And we will come in all the time and make sure she is okay. But she's very, very agitated, very feisty. Has she been like that all day? And I said, she's been like that her whole life. And she said, oh. I said, her whole life. Oh, okay. Well, if you need anything, you let us know, okay? She scurries out of the room. She's been like that her whole life.
Rock and roll, he's a guitar man with a great big soul. He lays down a beat like a ton of coal. He goes by the name of King Creole. He's gone, 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 jumping like a catfish on a pole. He's gone, 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 baby. He's shaking King Creole, King Creole, King Creole. When the king starts to do it, it's as good as done. He holds his guitar like a atomic gun. He starts to growl from way down in his throat. He bends the string and that's all she wrote. He's gone, 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 jumping like a catfish on a pole. Yeah, he's gone, 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 baby. He's shaking King Creole, King Creole, King Creole, King Creole, King Creole. Well, he sings a song about a crawdad hole. He sings a song about a jelly roll. He sings a song about pork and greens. He sings some blues about New Orleans. He's gone, 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 jumping like a catfish on a pole. Yeah, he's gone, 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 baby. He's shaking King Creole, King Creole, go! Playing till his guitar breaks. He's gone, 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 jumping like a catfish on a pole. He's gone, 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 baby. He's shaking King Creole, King Creole, yeah, go! He's gone, 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 baby. He's shaking King Creole.
So it's a lot more comfortable now, larger space. And like I said, they gave her morphine and Haldol, but within a half hour, she gets fidgety. And she kind of starts acting like she's got to go and get out of the bed again. And we kind of flanked the bed. Now this bed is double the size. She's got more room to squirm around in. And Dan is talking to her, and she recognizes Dan. I don't know if I said this. She recognized Dan when he showed up in the hospital, and she recognized Dan in the hospice. And she's still kind of bathroom, trying to get up. And Lenny and I, kind of flanked her. But this bed has big guardrails, so she's not going anywhere. But we just want to make sure she kind of calms down. So we stand up and make ourselves visible. And she goes, Lenny. She says Lenny's name. And he's like, Ma, hey, hi. We've been here all day. You're in hospice now. You should relax. And I go, Ma, hi. I said, it's okay. We're here. She goes, I have to go to the bathroom, Michael. She says my name. And, she gave Lenny that look in the hospital, but she didn't say our names. So, now I'm holding her hand and she's still squirming and it's kind of struggling a little bit. And then I don't know if it was just the second wave waiting for the medicine, but then all of a sudden she just kind of stops fidgeting and closes her eyes and just sleeps. And Dan sits there and I sit there and, we don't have a place to stay. We have no idea what Andy and Scott are doing with Catherine. So Lenny's like, hey man, we should get, I said, should we get a hotel? And so we start looking for Airbnbs and hotels. And, my mom, look, she didn't choose it, I don't think, but leave it to my mom to wind up, unfortunately, in this circumstance during spring break in Florida. And everything costs 3 times what it's supposed to cost. I mean, there's nothing around us that makes any sense. We're looking, and finally I get a price line. I'm dicking around on there, and I find a hotel in Port Charlotte. And I said, look, we have no idea how long we're going to be here, right? And I go, should I book it for a week? He goes, yeah, that probably makes sense. So it's $1,500. So I booked the hotel, and, we hang out with my mom there. It's now 8:30, 9 o'clock. And I tell them, I go, look, we're not going to get there until late. Because my brothers also have been texting with them throughout the day, and they're driving, and they're going to it looks like they're going to get to town right around 11 o'clock, and it turns out they already have a hotel. So that's good news. So they're on their way. We stay at my mom's place, and again, there's nothing to say. You're just fucking waiting. But I will say this. Now we're seeing Dan. I've talked to him at night on the phone, but now we're seeing him at night. And clearly he falls off a cliff in the evening, which, I mean, I know the term sundowning, and the only reason I know it is because people used to use it for fuckhead the ex-president. And so I'm like, all right. So to me, it's a pretty clear-cut case of sundowning, what's going on with Dan. I mean, the second it gets dark, he's lost. Like, he really doesn't know. Now it's having a hard time with conversations. The nurses keep coming in and checking all the time. They're so great. And a nurse comes in and she's like, do you think we need another pillow for her? And she comes to Dan and she goes, are you the husband? Like, they were so kind. They found out, we were the sons. They found out that was the husband, and they would go up and talk, and she'd go to Dan and she says, are you the husband? And he says, yeah. And she says, okay. Well, do you want her to have another pillow? Is she okay? And he goes, well, what time can she come home? And this woman just goes, "Aw," and she rubs his arm. She got her arm around him, and then she pulls up a chair next to him. And we go to do it, and she kind of looks at us like, I got this. And she takes Dan's hands, and she tells him, hey, we're going to leave her here with us, and we're going to see her to the end. And Dan said, the end? And she said, yeah, we'll make sure that she's comfortable. And she's got you guys here to protect her. And she's going to stay with us until she goes to another place. And I think it's because the woman didn't know what denomination we were or anything like that. Now, because I'm me. But my mom was my mom did believe in God. She didn't go to church and stuff, but she definitely believed. So, but the woman gave this very nice speech to Dan, looking him right in the eyes, didn't condescend. And he said, okay. And he nodded, and she got up. She's like, you want some coffee or anything? And he said no. And Lenny and I, we were like, we should probably take Dan home. I mean, it's 10 o'clock at this point, and the guys say they're about an hour outside of town. So we figure we'll take Dan home and then meet them to go grab something to eat. So we get ready to split, and we ask the nurses, because again, Lenny and I, we got to drop Dan off, and then we're going to meet them. Then we're going to Port Charlotte, which, by the way, I should mention is almost 30 miles away from where I am. With spring break and the prices and stuff, the closest I could get for any sort of, it's not even a decent rate, but for a fucking rate was 30 miles away. So, and we got to figure out how to get back in the morning, all this, and Lenny and I, at this point, it's 9:30 p.m. I said we're 9:30, 10 o'clock. So I haven't slept, other than, 2 hours, 3 hours on the plane, I haven't slept in 36 hours. And Lenny too, I assume, probably worse, because he's in the fucking gym when I called him. And so we're fucking, you're starting to hit the end of it, because you gangster your way through and you're fine. And then it fucking hits you. So we're like, all right, let's get Dan home, and we'll stay with him for a while, and then, when the guys text that they're in town, then we'll go meet them and we'll figure it out. And so we did. So we're going to split, and the nurse comes in. We said, hey, we're leaving. We have to get him home. She goes, are you coming back tonight? And I said, I don't think so, because we have to meet other family that is meeting us in town. And we have a hotel in Port Charlotte. And she says, okay, well, that's fine. We'll be here. And when we came there, we gave her all of our contact information, every email address, every phone number, text, call, Dan, us, everybody. And we said, just get a hold of us if anything needs to be done, or if you need us here right away, please, by all means. And so, she comes in and she takes the TV remote, and she goes, what kind of music does your mom like? And I said, oh, I like Elvis. Like, do you got any Elvis stuff? And she goes, well, I'll check. And Lenny goes, like rock, like classic rock, like Bob Seger or something. That'd work too. And she goes, okay. And she starts fitzing with the TV, and Lenny and I go to check out at the nurse's station and go, look, here's our numbers again if you need them, whatever, just to fucking check in. And then we go back into the room, and the nurse is left, and I hear Whiskey in the Jar by Metallica in my mom's room. And I'm like, wait, what the fuck is that? So I go in, and the woman heard Lenny say rock. She didn't hear classic rock or Bob Seger, so she just put it on the first fucking rock station there was. It's a hard rock station. So my mom's in fucking hospice with Whiskey in the Jar by Metallica playing in the fucking room, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. So I find the remote, and Lenny's like, let's go. And I go, I got to find a channel that works, dude. So I flipped through all those. It was all that sound design, whatever the fuck, those TV channels that play music. I flip through. There's no Elvis. The closest I can get is there's a channel that's the rock of your life, the 50s and 60s. And I'm like, you know what? This is the shit my mom grew up with, so why not? So I throw it on, and we split. Take Dan home, and we sit with him for about an hour. And the guys are like, we're 15 minutes away. And in the time we were sitting at the table with Dan talking, we can see that he's just not there, man. I mean, it's just, we don't know what to do. And I can't imagine that he's been alone all week. My mom's been in the hospital. He's not eating. And we're like, you want some food? He's like, no. But he has a couple of beers. He's sitting around the table with us. We're all talking. And Lenny finally looks at me and he goes, hey, I think we should stay here tonight. And I'm just so fucking exhausted, and I want to shower. And in my head, I'm just like, oh man, are you fucking kidding me? Like we just paid for this fucking hotel, and with Priceline, the way it works, if you don't check in the first night, they can actually rent it to somebody else, even though I fucking paid the fare or whatever. It's just, there's all these rules, man, fuck rules. And you don't want to be on the other side of them because you'll wind up fucking ganked. So they said, are you sure, dude? And I'm annoyed. I'm not going to lie, because I'm just fucking, again, running on fucking fumes. He goes, yeah. And he kind of like looks at Dan like, we can't fucking leave him alone. And I'm like, you're right. So I call the hotel, and I'm talking to the guy, and I go, look, I can't get there tonight. And he goes, I understand. I said, well, we have a situation. I have a family member in the hospital, and we're all the way down in Venice, and I wouldn't be able to get there until way late. And right now she's in hospice, and we don't know what's going to happen. And he goes, well, you can't cancel with me. I said, I understand. And he goes, if you want to do that, you should call Priceline. And I didn't even know that canceling was an option. So I said, really? He goes, yeah, he goes, I understand. And I'm sympathetic to your plight. He was a super nice guy. I'm sympathetic to your plight, and I'd love to help you out. But unfortunately, that's through Priceline. I have no things that I can do to help you. I go, well, but if I don't come tonight, I still get charged for the whole week. But is the room there for me tomorrow? You'll have to talk to Priceline, sir. Well, I understand, but I'm talking to you. You have the hotel. You can see I can't tell you anything, sir. Priceline doesn't give us a ledger until the morning. I said, well, is my name on there now? It is. And I go, but is my name on tomorrow's ledger? I won't get it till the morning. And I said, and again, super nice, answering the questions, but not the answers I needed or wanted. So I said, all right, I'll try to call Priceline. He goes, I would recommend you do that, sir, and tell them exactly your situation, see what they can do for you. So Lenny and I, about 11:15, we get a thing from the guys, and they're in town, and I find a pizza place that's open till midnight, and we're fucking starving. So we tell Dan, I go, look, we're going to go, and but we're going to stay here tonight. We'll be back. And he keeps asking, well, what about my truck? And I should tell you that when we came back from the hospice, I drove the truck. Lenny took Dan in the fucking Charger, and I drove the truck. And I will say this, the brakes were mushy. You had to go almost to the floor to stop the car at stop signs and shit like that. So I just thought they were shot. I'm like, these fucking brakes are finished. So and look, let's say this. This is long. I don't know if it's funny necessarily. I'm just giving you a peek into what I've been going through, or what I went through in March. And then I've contemplated since. So we leave Dan. We tell him he should go to bed and get some rest. We go meet the guys, and they've driven 20 hours straight. They meet us at this pizza place, and I haven't seen Andy I saw Andy in Chicago when I did the shows in February, and that was the first time I'd seen Andy in 10 years, maybe more. Scott and Catherine, it was good to see them, and it was just to have one slice of normalcy, you know what I mean? To finally, we sat down, we ordered some pizzas, we ordered some fucking chicken wings. These people were super nice. It was kind of nice and vibrant and young, and they had basketball on, even though it was late. It was a rerun of a game, but it felt right. It just felt like being human. And then we told the guys what was going on, and we gave them the full update about what Ma looked like, so they wouldn't be freaked out when they went there the next day. And even more so, we had to update them on Dan, because Mom is Mom, and Mom's going to be in the bed, and whatever's going to happen is going to happen. But Dan was the issue. We had to tell them, look, we've changed our plans to stay with him, and they understood, but just to drink a Coke, it all felt like, I can't explain to you why. It just felt like re-emerging, from a cave. So we finished. We hugged everybody. So we'll see you tomorrow. And then Lenny and I get in the car, and I call Priceline. I find the number, and I call the customer hotline and they ask for my number of my fucking order. I give it to them and they go, please hold. And finally I get patched through to a woman, and she's a woman, and I won't do her accent, but she also was very heavily accented. And I'm like, oh, this is going to suck. And, in your brain, you think to yourself, well, do I say I got sick? Do I say I have to rush home? Like, you try to figure out every fucking thought and lie that you possibly can. And then in my brain, I went, why are you doing that? I mean, if you can just tell yourself, look, I spent this money, and if I get it back, great. And if I don't, there's nothing I can do about it. And, you have to be here anyway. So whatever. So I just told her the truth. I said, listen, and I mean the truth from the jump. I said, I have a relative in Florida. It's my mom, and she got sick in the beginning of the week, and we thought it'd be fine. And then last night we got the call that she's taken a much worse turn, and we needed to get to Florida right away. And it's spring break, and everything is, priced 3 times as high, and whatever. I broke it down as honestly and as eloquently as I could. And this woman just said, okay, sir, well, let's go ahead and process your cancellation. I said, are you serious? She goes, yes, give me the number again. And I read her the number. And she said, okay. And she went through whatever click-clack she had to do. And she goes, okay, I've notified the hotel that you won't be showing up, and I've gone ahead and refunded that money. It's going to go back to your card probably by your first business day, so I would look Monday morning. And dudes, it so shines a good deed in a weary world. I mean, can you think of any other website that gets $1,500 out of you and then gives it back to you? I was shocked. And I profusely thanked her, and I said, you've really helped me out. This is incredible. And it just seems like a real lifeline at a time that I need one. And she said she was happy to help. And I hung up, and even Lenny was like, Jesus Christ, seriously? I go, yeah, I don't know how that worked, dude. I have no idea, but let's hope they don't call me back. And we went to my mom's house, and I gave Lenny the bed. I took the couch, and Dan was still awake when we got home. We're like, Dan, you got to go to bed, man. And so he went in the bedroom, and I just, honestly, at that point, it was like 1. And I went on the couch, and I was so gassed, I closed my eyes. I was out, finished. Till the next morning, when Dan was nudging me. He goes, hey, Michael. And he woke me up, and I looked up, and he's getting dressed. And he goes, come on, kid, we're going to go break your ma out of jail. I said, what do you mean? He goes, your ma wants to come home. We're going to go get her. And I said, Dan, Mom's not coming home. He goes, well, no, she told me that she wants to come home, so we got to go get her, so, let's just get over there, and I said, Dan, sit down. And he did. And I said, Dan, Mom's in hospice. She's not coming home. They're going to do everything they can to take care of her there and make her as comfortable as they possibly can. And we're going to go visit, and we're going to stay there, and we're going to be there until she passes. Oh, yeah. Oh. Well, I know she wants to come home. You know what, Dan? I know she wants to come home. It's just, we're lucky she's in hospice. They are good people. They're going to take care of her. Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to get a beer. And he walks away. I get up, and I go and I look at the clock in the kitchen. It's 8 a.m. I closed my eyes, and then all of a sudden he's tapping me. 7 hours went by in a blink. But I felt crazy refreshed. I wasn't gassed. I felt good. Other than the fact that my stepdad wants to go break my mom out of jail, even though he's been told 100 times that she's not coming home. So I go, look, if I got to be up, I got to wake Lenny up, and we got to be up early anyway. So I knock on the door. I'm like, hey, Len, I go, we need you up. He's like, all right. And then I open the door. I go, look, and I tell him what happens. He's like, oh, Jesus. I go, yeah. And he goes, we got to tell his kids. I go, yeah, dude. I go, I'm with you. There's no doubt. We've got to let them know what's going on. And he starts to wake up. I go, I jump in the shower. And I sit at the kitchen table with Dan. Oh, hey, Dan, maybe it's not the best idea to have a beer at 8 o'clock in the morning. And his face, like fucking, he glowers at me, like fucking, like mean. And he goes, "The fuck are you talking about?" I said, "I'm talking about maybe you don't want to have a beer. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. We're going to visit Mom." He goes, "It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon." I said, "No, Dan, it is. It's right now it's 8:35 in the morning." He goes, "You sure?" I said, "Dan, the clock's on the wall right there, buddy." And I'm trying to keep it light, but I have to be honest with you, I'm also fucking freaked out. And he looks at the clock and he kind of squints at it and he's like, "Oh, yeah." I'm like, "Yep, 8:35. You want some food? You want some eggs or something?" I go, "I don't know if beer goes with eggs, but I'll make you some eggs." And he goes, "No." And we sit there in silence. Lenny's getting in the shower or whatever. And we sit there for about 10 minutes. And then finally he looks at me and he just goes, "I think I'd forget my own head if it wasn't fucking attached." And I said, "Don't worry about it." I said, "We all get mixed up sometimes." And he's just like, "Yeah, I do it too much." And it was then that I realized that, he's not far gone to the point where he doesn't know what's going on. He's being betrayed by his body, his brain, his memories, and he's in there. He just has to fight through the fog and get to the surface. And there has to be no greater disappointment than realizing you are making these mistakes and you can't fucking stop. And I knew when he said that, when he said it was happening too often, happening too much, he understood what was going on. Now look, he was still foggy. Still when he said we're going to break your mom out of jail and stuff like that, like he was gone in those moments. But then he would have these fleeting moments where he would understand what was happening and realize the fucking mistake he had made. And it was fucking embarrassing for him. You know what I mean? It was, I can't imagine to be betrayed like that by your brain and your body. As I've said before, the only thing I can fucking do is talk. It's the only thing I've got going for it. So once my brain and my mouth or whatever the fuck goes, I don't know, man. It's just going to be grim because that is literally what I have to offer. So, Lenny gets ready. We get Dan ready. And Lenny says to me, he's like, "Hey, you know what? Why don't you go to the hospital, take the truck, and then he and Dan would come later because he was going to stay with Dan at the house because Dan was taking a lot longer to get ready than we were." So I split, I texted my brothers. They all met me there. And, I said, "I'll meet you." And I made sure to get there first because I wanted to be at the door of the hospice, not of my mom's room, but at the hospice when my brothers got there. So just to again give them one more, hey, look, this is going to be weird for all of us. You know that. So, and honestly, I didn't need to do that. They were prepared for it. They were ready. But at the same time, I still felt like I needed, because let's put it this way. I knew how I felt when I saw her. So I wanted to convey that to them. We walked in, new shift was on. They were all super nice. And we went into the room and my brothers were just fucking aghast. I don't want to say they took it harder. We all had unbelievably complicated relationships with my mom. Every single one of us. And the guys had all been through their wars with her for whatever reason, one reason or another, and had not talked to her. Sometimes there'd been periods of, look, just like the brothers didn't talk to one another. they didn't talk to my mom. My mom didn't talk to them. And then, you know, my mom would talk to another brother and complain about the other brother. And it was just, you know, it was just rough. I think I mentioned, you know, I forgot to talk about this. Lenny and I said we were going to text Dan's kids. So, you know, he started to compose it, and I said, I'll polish it on the end. This is before I left for the hospice. And, you know, we wrote this full on text, and we were like, he can't live alone anymore, ever. Like, decisions have to be made. And I said, he has open wounds on his legs and his arms from falling down. He's not eating. He doesn't take care of himself. And someone needs to be here. We're here now, you know, we're doing what we can and stuff, but it would really make sense if you were here. And the thing is, here's the deal. Like, you know, Lenny had been there. We knew stuff was going on. Lenny and I were talking about this for a year. And Lenny, because he works the ship, so he's in Florida often. And he said, what I'll do, this is like 5 months ago. He said, you know what I'll do is I'll go to Florida a day early, 2 days early, and I'll just go to their house. And again, it was that same deal where my mom's like, you don't have to come over, you don't have to come down. And I started to think when my mom started saying that, like, I'm like, man, their house must be a fucking horror show. Like, Jesus Christ, it's got to be terrible. So Lenny goes there. And he's there for a couple of days, and he calls me from there, and he's like, yeah, he goes, it's bad, dude. I'm like, yeah, and he goes, yeah, Dan is just not there. This is 5 months ago. Okay, now I hadn't seen it, but I'd experienced it on the phone. But Lenny had gone there, and he had thought that there was trouble, so then he contacted Dan's kids then. And he talked to Dan's youngest, and he was like, hey, look, you know, this is the thing, and he's drinking, he's having beers, and, you know, he's taking painkillers for his back. And, you know, his Dan's son was like, you know, the old man, you know, that's how he is. You know, he's like your ma, they got pills everywhere and then Lenny told another one of the kids, he told Dan's daughter, and Dan said, well, Dan's daughter said, the problem is I'm banned from Florida. And Lenny's like, what the fuck? And she's like, yeah, your mom has said that I'm not allowed in their house. And Lenny talks to Mom about, and it's true. Like, my mom refuses to let Dan's daughter come by, and has no real reason why. Just because she's secretive and weird. Like, my mom was always paranoid and secretive. Like I said, maybe it's because the weed stopped, but she got worse. And there was a thing where she wound up in a feud with, you know, like I told you, she feuded with the kids all the time, all of us. But I didn't know she feuded with Dan's daughter, and said that he couldn't, you know, Dan was making phone calls like around the corner of the house because my mom was pissed off that he'd be talking to his own daughter. And I don't know why. It made no fucking sense. And it's funny because my brother Scott, you know, he had a bit of a medical scare recently. And he kind of came through it. And I think it woke him up a little bit where he was like, hey, man, I got to reconnect with some people. I've got to reach out. And he just joined Facebook, like in the past year. And he posted photos, and he started to kind of be a little social. And he connected with our cousins, and then he connected with Dan's daughter. And he mentions to my ma that he's talking to his daughter, and Ma goes, what the fuck are you talking to her for? And he's like, I just on Facebook, I'm making friends with people and stuff. You don't tell her any of my fucking business. And I mean, I hear that and I laugh because I'm like, what business do you have? You do nothing. You watch murder shows and you shop on fucking line. I mean, what business do you have? But she was adamant. Don't you tell her my fucking business. And then when Lenny went to visit, you know, that's the same deal. My mom's like, you don't fucking know. You have no idea. You don't, make sure you don't tell her that my fucking business. Like, you want to talk to her, that's fine. And Lenny's like, Ma, you got to calm down. And Lenny's, you know, my mom is always like, I'm telling you, Leonard, I'm telling you. And I didn't know any of it. And I'm glad I didn't, because I would have I didn't want to get involved. But that's, you know, that's our family. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't tell Ma. Don't tell anybody my fucking business. Don't tell people this. Don't come down. Don't come to Florida. Don't be here. It's fine. No, man, don't. There's no reason to come down. So I got to admit, I thought the house was going to be a fucking horror show. When we got there on Friday night, we went inside and I was like, this isn't bad. Like, I mean, it was a typical clutter house, you know, but it wasn't a hoarder house. You know what I mean? It wasn't piles and stacks of garbage all over the fucking place. And, you know, I mean, did the house need to be cleaned? Yes. But I mean, the dishes were done. You know, the kitchen island was clean. It was, you know, there was stuff all over, but it was stuff that was all over. It wasn't like garbage and dirty laundry and shit. It was stuff that belongs, like bills and things, whatever. To me. So, but that's the deal. You know, my mom's like, "Dad, she can't fucking come here." So we make this text and we send it and we go, "Look, man, you guys," and we wrote it and we both took a pass at it and then we sent it off. And then his son wrote immediately and said, "I'm coming now. Tell me, I'll be there. I'm going to look for flights. I'll be there tonight or tomorrow." And then the other kids, you know, were like, "I'll get there as soon as I can." And so, we knew that they were coming because again, we were there for my mom, but we were there for Dan too. We loved Dan and we wanted to take care of him, but also we got to take care of ourselves, take care of my mom, and do everything for everyone at all fucking times is what it felt like, quite frankly. But finally, you know, I'm there with the guys in the room, and Lenny shows up with Dan in the middle of the afternoon. I think it was like 3:00. And he's just like, you know, it just takes him that long because Dan doesn't sleep at night. So he went, when I left for the hospital at 9 or at 10, he went to bed. So he slept like 4 hours or whatever. And then he got up and he got cleaned up to go, and Lenny brought him in and you know, it's that thing where now it's just the slog. You know, you're sitting there and Ma's there and you're holding her hands, but she doesn't know you're there, really. She knew Dan was there. Whenever Dan would come in, she would recognize Dan right away if she was awake. She would look at him and you know, you could see she knew what was up. But now you're just in the room. And it's that thing where it turns into real life, but with somebody dying. The thing I hate about wakes. There's somebody dead in the front of the room, but people in the back of the room are eating grapes and laughing. It drives me out of my fucking skull. Ever since my dad's wake when I was 13, when I was a kid. And I mentioned the bookends of Lenny telling me that my dad had died and me having to tell him that my mom had died. Well, I've told this story before at my dad's wake. The lasting memory I have is of my brother Scott, who at the time is 6. And he's got his little grown-up clothes on. And he's in the front of the room and he's kneeling on that stupid cushion. And he's just looking at my dad's dead body in a box. And he's 6. Like, he doesn't, you know, he got around, he showed up when my dad was fucking terrible. When it was really starting to hit the fan. I mean, my mom wanted to believe in my dad 2 years later. And fucking Scott's just trying to make sense of the situation. He's just, you know, kneeling on that cushion, looking at my dad. In the back of the room, people are giving McDonald's orders and laughing. It was awful. Even at 13, I knew it was awful. And now I'm in a hospice. And my mom is in the bed, sedated, and from what we've been told, dying. And there's my brother Scott, sitting in a chair, chin in his hands, just leaning forward and staring at my mom. Exactly what he was doing 42 years ago. And it fucking gutted me. You know, there wasn't time to sob, and there wasn't time to cry, and you know, it was all a whirlwind. We got to get there. We got to take care of Dan. We got to book the hotel. We got to go get food. Who's hungry? Let's do this. Let's meet these guys here. Well, we got to cancel that hotel. But there would be these moments, these small fires that would start, and you would choke up, and you know, you didn't completely lose control, but I would tear up, and my throat would close, and I would have to get up and take a fucking lap, you know, because it was overwhelming in the moment, and it would pass. It would last a minute, 90 seconds. Throw water in your face. Because, you know, gotta stay strong. And also, you know, man, you know, she's still here. And I know this is tough guy bullshit, but it's like you can't give yourself over to collapse when the very fact that she's still here means that there's still a chance. Even though we've been told over and over and over what's going to happen. And I know what's going to happen, but still, you can't collapse yet. You have to stand firm and strong and tall for everybody else and for her. You've got to see this through. So Lenny brings Dan in the afternoon, and then we're just waiting. You're just in the room. People are going on their phones. Who's got a charger? What's going on? Where's this going to go? Who needs food? Who's hungry? Let's get, can we use the fridge? And just regular life passing by. Dan's sitting there holding her hand. We're sitting around the bed. It's literally, you're just silently holding your mom's hand while music plays. And Dan looks up and he goes, "You boys know that your mom wants a viewing, right?" What? No, I didn't know that. And I said, "I know she wants to be cremated." He goes, "But your ma wants a viewing." And I look at Lenny and he just kind of shrugs, and I go, well, my mom never said that. Well, I'm telling you that she definitely wants a viewing. I said, okay. And Lenny's like, yeah, that's fine. We'll take care of it. You know, when Marty comes to town, we'll start discussing stuff and figuring everything out. And then Dan says, but you can't invite anybody. We're like, what? He goes, yeah, she doesn't want any people that live in the community. Like, you can't go tell all of them, and you can't put stuff on the billboard, you know, the bulletin board in the clubhouse. And we said, well, all right, so who's coming to this viewing? Well, your ma wants a viewing. And I said, oh, so for what? For us? Because to me, as far as I'm concerned, this is we're already in day 2 of the viewing. You know what I mean? But I mean, if it's my mom's wish, it's my mom's wish. I don't know about it. Dan's going to know about it, and he insists on it. And so Lenny and I are like, all right. And then, you know, he and I go outside, and I just go, what the fuck is a viewing? Are you kidding me? And he goes, I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. I go, look, mom hated people. And he goes, yeah, mom hates everybody here. And I go, then what the fuck does she want a viewing for? I go, what is the point of having a viewing and not telling anybody about it? What does that mean? And also, she's being cremated. Can you even do that if she's being cremated? Like, do you put her urn on a fucking countertop? Like, how does that work? He goes, man, I don't know. I'm new to all this too. And I said, well, that's just fucking crazy. I go, like, the only reason mom would want to have a viewing is if she somehow learned the secret of eternal life, and she wants to get everybody she hates in the room at once, so then she can come back from the dead and climb out and wreak havoc. And he's like, yeah, right? I don't know, dude. So now we got to deal with the viewing. In addition to figuring out the fucking cremation and all. And the reason I say we got to wait for Dan's son to come is, and I will say this, and I'm still a little weird about it. I got to be honest. I don't know anything about affairs or what's going on. I knew my mom wanted to be cremated. I knew she had a DNR and do not intubate. Those were things she had told me. She also did not want her ashes in Florida. She was like, absolutely not. I fucking hate it here. And she goes, and I'm, you know what? She goes, I don't know what you kids want, but I can tell you this. Do you know how much it costs to get a body from Florida to Chicago? And I'm not getting buried in Florida, and you're not. And so just cremate me. That's it. That's all I want. That's all I knew from her. And I said, okay. And she goes, yeah. She goes, because that's a lot easier to take to Chicago. It's like $5,000 to transport a body. I said, okay. Because whenever she would talk like that, I'm just like, yes, Mom, whatever. I get it. So I always knew cremated. I knew DNR. I knew do not intubate, but I didn't know that she wanted a viewing. It had never been mentioned to me. So another thing I didn't know was, for some reason, Dan's son is my mom's power of attorney. Now, I can't truthfully say I don't care, because that's not true. I care 2%. All right. Only because I don't understand it. As I mentioned earlier, it was pretty well established that I was my mom's favorite of the 5. I don't say that in some like, ha ha, look at me, I'm fucking keen. Whatever the fuck. We're just dealing with realities, and my mom she had fallen out with all of my other brothers at one time or another. And she and I never had that. And we had a different kind of connection, relationship, whatever. I don't know if it's because I looked like her. I don't know what it was. But I like, I don't, me, I do this. I don't know a fucking thing about lawyers and documents and fucking nonsense. I don't know any of it. So I guess maybe she thought she was doing me a favor, or she didn't fucking trust me and thought I was dumb. I don't know. All I know is it's that thing where you're like, hey man, I don't care. And then you think about it and you go, I kind of care. I got to be honest. I kind of care a little bit here. Because, if it wasn't going to be Lenny, who's the oldest, how is it not me? And by the way, I should say this is completely divorced of the idea of Marty, Dan's son, because he's a genius. I love him. He's awesome and he's great. And I would defer to him on most things. It just felt odd, and again, nothing to do with him. But it's more of my mom's weirdness from beyond the grave. I don't know. I don't know why that was a possibility. Why? I don't know. But that's fine. But it also meant that we couldn't do anything until Marty got to town, because he's the point man on all of it, and he knew. Apparently, he had all the information that was needed. So we were just about keeping my mom's body in a good place at the hospice and stuff. And then when he got to town, we would go ahead and start figuring out everything else. And maybe he would be able to shed some light on this fucking viewing that we've heard so much about, that apparently my mom demanded, that I had no idea. Oh, and also, please make sure there's nobody in the fucking room. Who is my mom viewing for? Dude, I got no idea. So we're just there on Saturday and taking care of stuff, who's going to go here, who's going to go there. And then Lenny's like, well, we're going to stay at Dan's house. And then, Marty will be in tonight, and me, Lenny, and Marty are going to stay with Dan. And the guys, they have their hotel for like 4 days, Scott and Catherine and Andy. So, we're just, again, it's just life. Life is taking place, but it's all in service of the woman who is lying there and we're told can hear us. I will say that too. We were told, hey, she can hear you. And I don't know how much of that is hocus pocus fucking bullshit, or how much of it is religious nonsense, or how much of it is real true. But they're saying, no, she's heavily sedated, but she can hear you. So I don't know if that was true or not. But it wouldn't matter. It's not like we were in the room going, fuck her. You know what I mean? We were just trying to take care of everything. So Dan said about the viewing, and we're like, all right, well, put that on the list. Another thing. And we're sitting around the and I gotta be honest, look, you know me, I'm a fucking smart ass. So I'm just trying to, it's so awful. And I told you, I've never been funnier than I am at Awake, because I'm fucking hysterical in the lobby because I don't want to go in and I don't want to see somebody with eyebrows drawn on their face. So but I wasn't that way this time, because I'm in the room. There's nothing you can do. But occasionally I still slipped through the net. We're sitting there, and the nurse who had told us that my mom was very aggressive, she came in, and she's like, "Oh, okay, I just want to check on everyone. Does anyone need any food? There's a woman who's going to be coming by with flowers from the garden. We've got some fresh flowers in here. And how is Miss Pat today? Oh, Miss Pat is nice. Oh, we can go ahead and prop her pillow up if you want. We'll be coming to turn her in about 45 minutes. But I want to tell you, you should all make sure to think of yourselves." And we're like, what? She's like, yes, think of yourselves. You're here and that's fine, but also get out and walk. And, we have the lanai outside. Go experience the lanai and make sure you don't forget yourself in this moment. It's very easy to do. So please make sure you take care of yourselves, which is lovely. It's amazing advice. We all kind of grunt and nod, and she leaves and closes the door. And there's a beat, and I go, "Guys, Charo is right." And Lenny laughed, and Catherine, who was Scott's girlfriend, laughed, and Andy and Scott, I don't know if they didn't hear me or they just didn't think it was hilarious, but it made me laugh. God damn it, guys, Charo is right. So that landed on the floor, like a total nothing. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to take a lap. So I go out to the lanai, and by the way, lanai, it's you know what it is? It's a screened in porch. Don't give me this lanai, because when you tell me it's a fucking lanai, I figure I'm going to go outside. There's going to be a fucking pineapple and a coconut and a banana and a monkey. It's going to be gorgeous. I'm going to go out there. Some chick's going to give me a lay. It's going to be fantastic. There's poi and a pig in the ground. No, man. All it is a screened-in porch with a small table and 2 chairs, so you can get a brief fresh air respite from what is literally a death watch. So I'm like, all right, I go outside, and I must admit, man, it was very peaceful. It did sound very foresty, little bugs, little birds, and it cleared your head, man. I went out there and I enjoyed the lanai, although again, I would have enjoyed it a lot more if there was some sort of tropical fruit salad. And then the guys went to get food. And also, I should tell you this, man. Fucking Marty smokes, Andy smokes, Scott smokes, Catherine smokes, Dan's son Danny smokes. I mean, it was a festival of nicotine and cancer. As if my mom wasn't carrying enough, these guys decided to bring some from out of state. So they kept leaving the room to go smoke. They would always go leave, and it would just be, I'd just be in the room, or me and Lenny, and it's just the thing, you're trying to live, So the hours are going by, and then Dan needed to go home. He was only there for like 3 hours that day. So Lenny's like, all right, I'm going to take him home. So he splits, and he said he'll be back. And so it's just me and Andy and Scott and Catherine, and we're sitting around my mom's bed. And periodically someone would go, "Hey, Mom, it's Andy, I'm here." We would all talk or hold my mom's hand. And it's silent again. We're in the room. We're just around the bed and holding her hands and just kind of breathing. And we're still playing that 50s and 60s music on the TV, right? So we're all around the table and around the bed at the gurney, and my mom's laying there, and my mom's breathing is it hasn't changed. It's just, but it's really rough. Like she's breathing. And it hasn't changed since we got there. It's not like anything, needs to be monitored. But we're around the bed, and my mom is taking these really deep choking breaths. And the song Rockin' Robin comes on the fucking television set. And it's playing, and I looked up and I just start laughing. Like, not loud, like ha ha, but just that, that laugh where you're like, like, I can't stop. I'm holding my mom's hand, and the guys are around the bed, and they kind of look at me, and nobody's judging anybody for their emotions. That was another thing we decided. Any expression of grief was great. Anything you needed to do, if you needed to shout or cry or yell or hug or please, everybody do everything you need to do. This is whatever. And it wasn't like it was even discussed. It was just like everybody was willing to give everybody their space to be who they wanted to be. My brother Andy was like stroking my mom's hair for like an hour, sitting next to her and talking to her. And, we all just let each other breathe and grieve. And it was ideal. Other than the fact that, our mom was dying. And I'm holding my mom's hand and I start cracking up and I can't stop laughing. And Catherine finally goes, what is funny? And I said, this is the most morbid game of musical chairs in the history of the world. And I started laughing and she goes, what do you mean? And I said, well, what I mean is we're here and it's terrible and we have the music on. And I don't know if you've thought about it yet, but you will now after I bring it up. I continue to wonder what song will be on when my mom dies and how that will affect me for the rest of my life. And I'm laughing and my brothers are not. And Catherine is laughing. And I said, because that's terrible. I go, my mom is here and clearly she's in distress. And she's sedated and she's comfortable and she's surrounded by loved ones and she is doing everything she can to breathe and stay with us. And yet her body shutting itself down. And at some point, one of the breaths she takes is going to be her last. And I don't want to hear her choking the last bit of life out of herself. And have to hear diddly diddly dee dee diddly diddly dee diddly diddly dee dee diddly diddly dee diddly diddly dee dee diddly diddly dee 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 dee. And Catherine, kind of like looked at me like I don't understand why you're doing this. And my brothers were like, "What the hell?" And I don't, because I'm an idiot. All right. That's why I'm a fucking idiot. And it's like, I'm buried under tension. And also I love Rockin' Robin. I don't want to fucking lose that song. Although, you know what? I'll be honest with you. If my mom's going to die to a song, it better be something goofy. I don't want it some on the nose bullshit like For What It's Worth or fucking Turn, Turn, Turn by the Byrds, a time to live, a time to die. Fuck that. I want to hear my mom take her last breath and then hear take out the papers and the trash, do, or you won't get no spending cash. Some goofy ass 50s song with a saxophone and the coasters just yelling in my face. Yakety yak, don't talk back, do. See, there you go. Ruin that fucking song for me. Just because that's what it felt like. Just musical chairs, just like, all right, what is this going to be the song? Is this going to be the song that ushers her off this mortal coil? What the fuck? So we get through Saturday. We had to get Marty. Marty was grabbed at the airport. He came to town. And I got to tell you what, man, I mentioned how good it was to see my brothers and Scott's girlfriend show up, and it was the same with Marty. That dude showed up and it was a game changer. What a fucking lovely guy. Because he's fucking hysterical too. He's got this Bugs Bunny quality, man, where he's just fucking, he's funny, he's hilarious, he's quick, he's just in perpetual motion all the fucking time. And he's also like blue collar, South Side Chicago. So then all of us are talking like, hey, what's going on, Marty? What's going on? Like all of us have lapsed into being in fucking Bridgeport. It's fucking crazy. And And his arrival was such a fucking, and you know what? You know who it really fucking saved? Dan. Because, you know, we had told Dan that they were coming, but then when he saw them, you could see him light up and you could see him change. Because again, you know, he's the same thing when he saw Andy and Scott, he lit up. When he had seen us the first day, he lit up, and now Marty's there. And so he's feeling safer. He's feeling more cocooned. He's feeling surrounded by love and support. And Marty came and Marty was very hands-on with Dan. Like I said, we were taking care of him. We were trying to get him to eat. We were trying to get him to sleep, doing whatever. And then Marty kicked it into overdrive. You know what I mean? And Marty's like, hey, I'm going to cook. So we're going to go get food. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And Marty jumped right in. And also, I should tell you this, like, Catherine cleaned the house. Like, Catherine cleaned the bathroom from fucking top to bottom. And then she washed the kitchen floor. And then she cleaned out the pantry. Threw away old stuff, arranged everything, made it work. Lenny cleaned out the fridge. Threw away all the old stuff, made the rest stay. You know, because my mom, I am my mother's son. Because in every crisper drawer, in the pantry, in the freezer, in cabinets, there was chocolate. There was some hidden fucking Baby Ruth. There was a goddamn Almond Joy. There was Mounds. There was Hershey's. There was truffles. Everywhere you could look. Reese's Cups. And you'd find them hidden. Like I said, you'd find them in a drawer, like in the silverware drawer or something. It was just, and I don't know if it was my mom was hiding there for whatever, or she just ran out of room for them, or she was fucking bananas. I have no idea. But we would unearth chocolate the entire time. And some of it was like, you know, 8 months past expiration. And I'm like, I'm not eating this shit. Even I am not going to take that leap. I'm not going to eat wormy chocolate. I'll be in the fucking bed next to my ma. But we went through and, you know, when Marty came to town, he's like, he made goulash. He's like, I make this goulash. My fucking daughters love it. And he actually cooked real food because we'd been eating fast food out of bags and pizza and shit. And he was like, I'll cook. So he made kugla, which is this, I've talked about it on here before, this Lithuanian. It's potatoes, bacon, and butter, but it's baked, and it forms like a fucking loaf. It is so unbelievably good. And he made homemade kugla, and we get word from Dan's daughter she's going to be there on Tuesday, and it was just all in motion. Like everybody was supporting, everybody was leaning on one another. It was fucking beautiful, is what it was. And now that Marty's in town, you know, we've got to go through all the questions like Lenny's got to pick out the urn, you know, and he's going to text us the urn and stuff. And, all that stuff that you're doing, and then you're doing it, you're keeping it at arm's length. You know what I mean? I don't know what the fuck that noise is. That's a plane, I think. You're keeping it at arm's length. You know what I'm talking about? You're not investing yourself in it too much, because it's the things that need to be done. It's almost as if you're a hangman. You know, in the old days, they had a guy who was employed as the hangman, and he only showed up on the days when hangings needed to be done, and he didn't want to know the names of the prisoners. He didn't want to know it. He just told me, tell me what time to show up, and he would do it, and then he would leave. It was his duty. And, you know, this was our duty to take care of as many affairs as we possibly could, as my mom is fucking tough as hell and refusing to give in. We were told, you know, they told him Thursday she wasn't coming home. And when we got there Friday morning, they said she might not survive the ambulance ride, but it was probably going to happen tonight. And now we get through Saturday. And, you know, we stayed the night Saturday. I slept in a chair. Andy was on the pullout. Actually, you know what? I apologize. Andy stayed Saturday night. We stayed until like midnight, and then we split. And Andy stayed. We did that on purpose because we wanted to make sure that each of us would be alone with her to say the things that needed to be said. So Andy took his shift on Saturday night. We split, went back to the house. You know, Scott and Catherine went to their hotel. And with Karen's arrival, the impending arrival of Dan's daughter, Karen, we had to figure out what we were going to do for housing arrangements, because also his son Danny was coming, and it was like, all right, man, that's too many people for this house. So Lenny stepped up and he's like, well, we got to get an Airbnb. We got to get something. And I mean, everything was fucking crazy. The price, it was insane, because the guys, you know, they were losing their hotel room in a couple of days. So Lenny started to do that. There was some talk of trying to fly Glenn out to Florida, and that didn't work out. And that was hard for him. We were trying to keep him in the loop on everything and make sure he understood what was going on. But you're far away. You know what I mean? But there was nothing we could do. There were decisions that had to be made. There was stuff that had to be accomplished, and we did our best to keep him in the loop and make sure his voice was heard. We would just fire off texts, you know, hey, she's sleeping. Hey, she hasn't changed. Hey, she's this, she's that. So, you know, it just had to be done. So, Saturday, Lenny's looking for an Airbnb. He's trying to find an airline for fucking Glenn, and he finds an Airbnb, and it's a normal price, and it's in Sarasota. And he's like, he fucking grabs it. He grabs it for like 4 days. He's like, yeah, done. And he books it, and then he contacts the guy, and the guy goes, yeah, you know, I had somebody. It was a month. It was booked for a month. But but the person canceled, so I just listed it. And he goes, man, you just got it. I listed it 15 minutes ago. And then he's like, all right, look, he goes, I'm so happy we did. He goes, and he explained the whole situation about mom. Then he told the guy, he goes, look, it's spring break, man. He goes, we can't find anything. And this is a Hail Mary, and I can't believe it came through. And the dude was like, oh yeah, okay. Well, I'll list it. When are you guys leaving? And you could hear there was a tiny bit of regret where the guy was like, I could probably get 3 times what I'm charging these guys. But he honored it. And believe me, every little triumph was huge. Just getting that off your plate. All right, we've got a place to stay. It's done. We got to get Karen at the airport. That's done. We'll figure, you know, all of those things. Picked the urn thing. Oh my God, dude. Lenny and Marty went to the funeral home, and they had to make the arrangements for the viewing. And also, we didn't have a date yet because my mom is tough as fuck. And Lenny looked for an urn, and all of us, the one thing we all said is like, if there's a dragon, try to grab that. Because that was my mom's deal, was gargoyles and dragons. And we said anything fucking crazy. Anything, that's what my mom was. She wanted something bananas. I knew it, you know, and they did not have those because they're grown-ups at the funeral home, fucking jerks. But there was a nice green and black number that Lenny texted, and even that's surreal. Hey, how's this look? Great. I don't know. So he and Marty were doing that, and then they started talking about arrangements, whatever the fuck. So Sunday comes, and you're just waiting, you know. And my mom, we get there in the morning, and he's like, she was fine all night. Nothing changed. And she's breathing. She's still there. Nurses are coming in. They're turning her. They're giving her new bedclothes. They're just keeping her fucking sedated and comfortable. And then you hang out all day Sunday, you know. And Lenny got to come with me and the guys, you know, and Marty was on Dan patrol. And, he brought Dan in the middle of the afternoon on Sunday. And, again, because I should say this, you know, Dan also not sleeping, like, at the house. Remember I told you that it was driving my mom crazy? Well, all of us were just like, this is fucking... He would go to bed. He would get undressed. He would be in his underwear and a t-shirt, and he'd go to bed. And we'd be like, phew, God damn it, finally. And then 15 minutes later, he'd come out fully dressed. And he'd go get a beer. And we would all look around like, do we get a time to the bed? Like, what the fuck do we got to do here? Like, what is going on? He just... restless. Constantly restless. And, And at night especially, he would say, hey, when did you guys get here? Yeah, and you'd have to tell him when, and but then he'd be fine for a couple minutes, but then he wasn't. So Sunday we go, Dan, and Dan comes in the middle of the afternoon, and we're all around my mom's bed. Me and Dan, Marty's there. Lenny's out on the lanai with a monkey. But we're all in the room. And it's probably about 4:00. And my mom starts to stir a little bit, just kind of. And she'd been doing it, turning just very, very little bit. She doesn't turn over. She didn't have full movements, but she would stir. And, if she would get agitated, we'd talk to the nurses and they'd say, oh, she's fine. Or, we'll check on her. And if she needs a shot, they would look at the schedule, because they didn't want to give her shots every half hour or whatever. But luckily at the hospice, it was nothing like the hospital. The hospital, she was climbing the walls, but in the hospice, she would stir a tiny bit and then fall right to sleep. I'm assuming that's what the Haldol does, whatever the fuck that is. So, but it's about 4:00 on Sunday afternoon, and we're all kind of around there, and she starts to stir, and she opens her eyes. I mean, wide, like she's awake. I hadn't seen her do that since Friday. So she's laying there and she's not moving, but she opens her eyes and she takes in a big breath, like, and we all gather around. And I'm like, Lenny, because Lenny's outside. We all come in and we all gather around because I think this is it. And we all, my brothers, Andy's like, hi, Ma, it's Andy. I'm here, and Scott's like, I'm here, Ma. How you doing? And everybody's touching her. Everyone's got a hand on her arm, her holding her hand. Andy's stroking her hair, and we're all around her. And it's it's concerning, when you look, because again, you're like, are we smothering her? Are we right on top of her? What's happening here? And she looks around. She's lucid, and she looks at all of us, and she starts to laugh. And she doesn't talk to us, and she can't say anything, but she laughs and she looks at us, each of us. There was no, she knew. This is no fucking, I swear to God, because she blinked. Oh, she meant that. I mean, so I immediately called Glenn. Like because again, once this started, I went to dial the phone for him because we thought this was the final goodbye. And she starts laughing, and I get him on the phone, and then, he didn't want to FaceTime her because he didn't want to, that could be wrong. I apologize. don't want to do him a disservice. He may have wanted to FaceTime her, and we said it wasn't a good idea because we were all there, and it just seemed like too much. But he, we brought the phone in, and my mom was lucid and like I said, laughing and looking at all of us and smiling. And I gave her the phone, like I held it over her, and he talked to her, and he said, he said his piece and the things that he needed to say. And, Dan got up and he kissed her head, and we were all, and she was there, man. She was fucking there for like 5 to 10 minutes. Laughing and eyes open and looking around at all of us. And she didn't say our names. She couldn't, I don't know if she couldn't talk. I really don't know what to make of it, quite frankly, because she had been out of it for 2 whole days, like no communication whatsoever. And then she just arrived, wide, her eyes open, not crazy wide, but just open, bing, and then looked around and then started to laugh. Almost, and this will sound too precious, but it's true. Almost like a child's laugh. And so that's why the second she opened her eyes and took a deep gulping breath, I thought this is it. And then she started to laugh that laugh. And she recognized us. She knew us all. So Glenn talked as much as he could, and then we all did, and everybody was talking and trying to say things, and she darted her eyes back and forth, and Dan gave her a kiss, and she totally knew Dan. It was wild. It was wild. Because truthfully, it also could have been creepy as fuck that out of nowhere she was lucid for almost 10 minutes. Because she had been nothing close to that for 2 days. And then laughing, you would think to yourself, oh Christ, this is scary. It was not, clearly was not. It was, I don't want to say miracle in the term of a miracle, but it was something that was completely unexpected. And after, 7 or 8 or 10 minutes went by, she closed her eyes and just tipped her head to the side. And I'm like, is this it? What's happening? Was that? And then she took a deep breath and right back to breathing and sleeping and breathing. But we had that moment. We had that segment. We had that 5 to 10 minutes. We had that. She had seen us. She had known us. There was no doubt. There was no doubt. She saw us. And I don't know if it was joy or terror that made her laugh, but she saw all of us surrounding her bed. And I'm so happy that 10 minutes happened. I was happy and I was terrified because I have to admit, when it was going on and then when it ended, I thought, are we doing the right thing? Is she okay? Because she was awake, man. She saw us. There's no doubt she saw us. So are we making a mistake by ushering her out? Should we be trying to save her and keep her here? She's there. I saw it. To the point where I went to Lenny and I said, dude, are we doing the right thing here? Because we all saw that, and should we instead be trying to help her? Because Ma's tough. I mean, so tough. And look how tough she is. We were told Thursday. And here it was on Sunday evening. And she was lucid and smiled and saw us. And I was like, and you try to make sense of it. And then this is where it just gets in your head, man. Because you're making the decision to go to hospice is like, yeah, this is the way to go. But then you see that and you're like, oh man. So Lenny was like, I don't think so, and we went to the nurses and we said, my mom was lucid for 10 minutes and she recognized us. They said, that's beautiful. And I said, yeah, but are we messing this up? And they said, what do you mean? And I said, well, is she okay? Like, can they fix her instead of just letting her go? Should we do everything we can to help her? And they said, well, the hospital did everything they could to help her. And they thought the best course of action was for you to come here, where she can be as comfortable as possible so she can pass, because there's nothing more that can be done for her. And I knew this. I knew this. But seeing her in that moment, and it wasn't some weird thing where I'm beating on our chests and going, no, don't go. I had already accepted what we were waiting for. But I have to admit, seeing her like that, it did make me it made me really think. You know what it felt like to me? It felt like if someone gets buried and then they wake up in the coffin. That's just got to be the worst feeling ever. And what if she was like that? What if she was trying to wake up And she had fought so hard to get that 10 minutes, and if we helped her, she'd get more. But, you know, with those oxygen levels, and the hospital couldn't fix her, and the nurses were very kind, and they were very nice. And they said that if there was anything more that could have been done, the hospital would have done it. And I understood, you know. So we stayed the rest of Sunday. We actually, because I had no fucking, at that point, you know, who knows? We all stayed in the hotel, or in the room that night, on the couch and the chairs and every other goddamn thing. And Monday we went and took showers and shifts. And the guys went and got food in the evening. And then they came back, and, you know, my mom we were just in the room making whatever arrangements we had to make, just being with her. And I got in the habit of looking at her basically every minute. You know, whether you're on the phone or you're talking to people or whatever you're doing, I didn't leave the room. I went to the Lanai for monkey time a couple of times, but I was never away from the room. So I'm sitting in a chair, and now it's nighttime. And again, we were told Thursday. It's Monday night. And it's just me and Lenny in the room. The guys have brought food back, but now they just went to go smoke. And Lenny's standing by me, and I'm talking. And I keep glancing over at my ma, you know, and she'd take her breath. And then we're sitting there, and she took a really, I don't even know why I noticed, but it was different. And she took a large gulping, breath. And Lenny was talking to me, and he was on my right-hand side, and my mom was on the left. And I saw her take that breath, and I'm looking at her. And he's talking. And I'm waiting. And she doesn't take another breath. The reason I would look at her every minute was to see the intervals, to see how long it would take. And it would sometimes take 8 to 10 seconds for her to take a breath. So I'm looking at her, and he's talking. And I put my hand up, and I'm looking at her, and there's no 10-second interval breath. And I'm looking at her, and he's right there with me. And I go, Len, it's been 20 seconds. And he looks, and I get up, and we both go to the bed. I go, it's been 30 seconds. And the guys aren't in the room. So I said, you gotta get the guys. And he goes, where? Well, they're smoking. And I go, I pick my phone and I call Scott. And Scott's phone rings in the room because he had it playing music above my mom's bed. So it rings right above her bed. And I believe me, I almost jumped out of my fucking skin. So I hang up and I go, they're outside. He goes, I'll get them. And I had my hand, I took my fingers and I checked my mom for a pulse on her arm. And I at the same time at her neck. And there was nothing. And I still held it, hoping it would kick in or jumpstart or whatever. And I don't know, but I could see her. And she looked empty. And I knew. And then it was a minute, and then it was a minute and 15, and then Lenny came in, and the guys came running in. And then the fucking sadness begins. And at 8:05 p.m. on Monday, March 14th, my mom was gone. And it immediately became that same vibe that you get at a wake, where there's now a dead person in the room and everyone's just kind of milling about, wailing. You know, I hugged Scott and then Andy and then Lenny and I hugged Catherine, and, you know, the nurse popped her head in and she's like, I'm very sorry for all of you. And then it kind of dissipated where everybody, Scott went off with Catherine and Andy went to make a phone call and Lenny went to make a phone call, and I was alone. And I didn't have anybody to call. And I was surrounded by love in the room with my brothers, but I had no one to burden, to reach out to look to for salvation. I almost called my ex. You know, because you can call friends and you can call family, but it's not the same. And yeah, I haven't seen that person in 6 years, but boy, I had the phone in my hand, because you're just looking for someone who would hold you. So then it's just the weirdness of cleaning the room while your dead mom is there in a bed. And we all walked around, and, you know, the guys went and said goodnight and kissed her, and we threw away food, and we're like, all right, what are we going to get out of the fridge? We got to get this, we got to take this, and it's all busy work at that point. You're just kind of numb. And we'd been waiting 4 days, but still, you know, and honestly, it's not sinking in, because now you're gathering trash and you're picking up food and you're doing these things that you need to do to move on, to go home, to do, you know, it's just, you're just functioning at that point. And Lenny's like, all right, you know, I'll meet me outside, I'll drive you. And then the guys were going to come home. We were all going to go over to the, you know, whatever. And Andy and Scott, they split, and Catherine went outside with them, and then Lenny went outside, and he was going to tell the nurses, and everybody left, and it was just me. And I closed the door. And I had talked to her over the course of 4 days. You know, I would have time alone and I would talk the whole time. Just telling her that it was going to be okay and thanking her, and then telling her stories like I'm telling you. Asking if she remembered things. And that was over the course of 4 days, but then on Monday night, I don't know why, I couldn't leave. I had fought for 4 days just for normalcy. And I was there for my brothers, and they were there for me, and we were all there for one another. And in this moment, I was alone. And this time, truly alone. It's silly to say, but no mother, no father. Shouldn't matter when you're old, but it changes the way you view things. Regardless of being old or what I've accomplished or not accomplished, my mom was there, a phone call away always. to tell me I was wrong or I was right or that it wouldn't be fine. You knew there was that presence to tell you it was going to be fine. Through whatever nonsense your life brought, you could reach out. And no matter what mistakes she made, and I tell you, in these past 6 years, I've seen them and dug them out of the dirt, and I wear them closer to the surface now than I ever have. But it doesn't change the fact that she was incredibly tough. And she loved us. I mean, she would have killed for us when we were kids, and even older. When we were there's a story. I don't know if I ever told it. One time, there was a science teacher when Lenny was in middle school, and her assignment, which doesn't make any sense, was that Lenny was supposed to put a baggie on the exhaust pipe of the car and capture exhaust to examine. I swear to God, that's true. I don't know if Lenny lied. Miss Desai was her name. And my mom's like, what is this fucking broad screwy? You can't get the exhaust? That's fucking crazy. And he's like, well, I'll get in trouble. And he's like, no, you won't. And my mom went to school and went into the fucking woman's classroom. And it's like, and literally, again, as she said at my house, what are you, fucking screwy? You can't have somebody do that. And Miss Desai's like, well, your boy's going to fail. And my mom's like, I don't care. That's fine. You do what you got to do, but this is fucking nuts. Like, she fought so hard in life. She fought for us. And then she fought in death to stay. And at the end, I think she would have been comforted if she had gone sooner. But I think it was just in her fucking DNA to fight. And I couldn't leave the room. And that sounds like nonsense, but I couldn't leave. I kept walking to the door and I wouldn't go. And the guys were outside and I knew it. And I would turn around. I would get to the door and I would turn on a heel. And I would go back to bed. And I'd take her hand and I'd say something else. And I'd remember something else to tell her. And I'd apologize for not doing everything I was supposed to do while she was here. Everything she thought I could do. And man, she was an angry person. And she was a paranoid person, and like, I don't know what made her those ways. I don't know if it was the abuse from my dad or the fucking drugs. I don't have any idea why she was that person. But it didn't fucking matter because she was my ma. You know? And she kept us alive and together. I mean, they would have sent us to fucking foster homes or fucking juvie. I don't fucking know. When we were kids, they wanted to take us away from her so badly, and she refused to let it happen. we came together as a family when I was a kid because she said, look, they will take you and I won't be able to stop them unless you do everything I say. We were like a gang, man. We weren't even a family. We were just a well-oiled machine that lied to the government. When public aid people would come to the house, we had a plan. When she kept us all together. So I couldn't leave the room. I stayed another 15 minutes. I tried to leave probably 5 different times and I couldn't walk away. And finally I got to the door. And what did it? I got to the door and I said a final I love you and a final goodbye. And I turned the lights out. And that allowed me to not turn around and see her in the bed, cold and so small and just somber and fucking silent and solemn and Jesus. And I left. I was able to finally walk out. And went in the parking lot and we were all just kind of there and I was grateful for that. And we all got to hug one another and say we loved one another and quite frankly, I can't speak for anybody else, but breathe. I hadn't breathed since Thursday, really, just waiting for that moment. And then it finally came, and it was a relief, I guess, but at the same time, it's just a relief coated in tremendous sadness. And we were all spent. I think of my family and I think of rage and anger and my mom and fucking fury and we had none left. Oh, we did. You know what? We did channel some though earlier. I forgot to even mention this. Dan, we wanted to get the last rites from my mom and we didn't know what was going to happen. So we had told them over the weekend and it never happened. And then finally we said Monday, look, you have to do this. And that was the one thing is the hospice was having trouble getting hold of somebody to do the last rites. So they assured us that someone would be there Monday. And they were supposed to be there, I think, at like 1, and it got to be 2:30. And all of us, because it had been 4 days of us just fucking building up and waiting and sitting. And so now we're just ready to fucking crush anything. So now it's fucking 4 angry idiots. And we're like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? Where is this guy? How fucking late is he going to be? And my brother Scott is like, I'm going to go fucking pound on the nurse's desk. What the fuck is going on? Like, then it all starts to manifest in anger and rage. And I'm like, man, if this fucking priest doesn't get here, we are going to fucking explode on this dude. I mean, it's going to be brutal. He better get here quick because if he's even 15 more minutes late, it's going to be a fucking festival of nonsense. So he got there at like 2:45, I think. It was almost 15 minutes from the time I thought that. And he came in and Andy and Scott were furious. They were so mad. But thankfully he showed up. But boy, oh boy, it almost boiled over in that fucking hour and a half, getting madder and madder and madder. Because there's nothing we could do with any of our rage. There's nothing we could do with any of our sadness. So if there's a target, fucking point us at it. And this priest turned out to be the guy. But thankfully it went off without incident. And he came in. But I'll tell you what, I think even he sensed it because he did the fastest fucking reading of whatever these last rites were. It was crazy. Like I guess I thought the whole thing would take like 15 minutes, but he was done in like 5, if that. talking really fast and going on about like this, that anointing and the touching and all that bullshit. Holy fuck. All of us were like ready to kill this dude. Which would have been fitting, I think. On my mom's last day on earth, we thumped the priest who gave her fucking last rites. I think she'd respect that, quite frankly. So, man, so we lost her on Monday. And now the plan's going to overdrive, The viewing's Thursday, which is St. Patrick's Day, which is good because she's Irish. It made sense. And then we've got to go ahead and tackle the house. And that's insane. Like I said, Marty knows all of the paperwork and stuff, but the house is a fucking... Remember I said it wasn't so bad? Okay. Well, to me, it's not. Well, whenever Dan's kids would show up, Marty or Karen, individually, they'd be like, oh my God, look at this house. Oh my God, it's like a disaster area. Oh my God. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I thought it was going to be so much worse than this. I told Lenny that. I thought it was going to be a war zone. But then I guess we grew up in that kind of chaos. You know what I mean? They didn't grow up in chaos. Their mom must have been super neat and they never had to deal with 10 years worth of Consumer Reports stacked up on a countertop. That's just what I grew up in chaos. I grew up in that kind of stuff. Bills and so then we got to tackle the house, right? And so we're going to go ahead and we're going to move because there's all sorts of fucking mail and bills and the jewelry. We got to find the jewelry. And then, Lenny's got to go in and check out the fucking paperwork. Because here's the deal, right? I told you Marty had power of attorney for my ma, but we still got to see the will, and we still have to see all of the paperwork. We want to see all of the presentations. So Lenny, there's like a drawer. They have like a strong box with a drawer, and of course it had to be this. There's no doubt it had to be this. And again, I'm not mad, but I'm kind of fucking mad. I won't lie. Because my mom would always tell me, she'd be like, oh, you know what? I don't have much, but you 5 kids, you guys are going to get it. And, the girls are going to get the jewelry. And then we've got there's insurance. Blah, blah. Well, then it turns out that, and look, I should tell you, I don't have all the answers right yet. But from what I understand, my mom did have insurance, and Dan was the beneficiary. And again, I don't care. I care a little bit, but I don't care. It wasn't one of those things I was counting on anything or whatever. But having been lied to, I guess, is what the problem is for me. And also, Lenny goes to find the paperwork, and it's all in this, like I said, a strong box. And there's drawers, and Dan's got papers that are notarized. He's got different pensions. He's got bank accounts and 401ks and everything signed and stacked and notarized and neat. And Lenny sees a drawer that's got my mom's stuff in it, and he opens it up, and a boxing glove on a spring comes out and punches him right in the face. It is chaos. A tumbleweed rolls out. I think a rat scurried out of the drawer into a corner. And it's like, of course, why wouldn't it be this? Why would, Dan, his 3 kids are all neatly taken care of. They've got everything, all this. And my mom, I don't even know how it worked. Lenny pulled out a manila envelope, and he opened it. There was a scream inside. I don't even know how that worked. Just like, just like fucking open it up. It was terrible. And we're still learning what it is now. Like, I don't even know. I haven't gotten the final fucking word. We're looking 6 weeks ago. So then we had got to go through the house, right? So we're sorting. My mom had a hutch that was beautiful. It was like, if I could have the hutch, I'd love it. But I opened this hutch, and it's filled with like envelopes and mail, and so we got to go through all this shit, right? My mom has this in this hutch alone. All right, because there's paper everywhere. I haven't even gotten to the boxes and shit in this hutch. All of it is unopened mail from 2012. All of it. from when they relocated to 2006, I think, whatever, from when they didn't go to Florida, or when they moved to Florida. It's got the yellow sticker on there from their old address in Coal City, Illinois. And I'm just like, what the fuck? I mean, we're throwing out old bills. It's credit card bills, and my mom, I got to be honest with you. So like I said, I don't care, but I care because my ma, she gave thousands of dollars to telemarketers. We're finding slips of and all those bullshit ones. Kids with pleurisy. Mexican firemen, like all those people. And my mom donates $50 here, $50 there, $40 there, $100 here. And I'm finding a ton of them. You know what I mean? Just awfulness, construction workers who don't like pudding. Oh, there you go. There's $100. People whose noses don't work. Is that a real thing? I don't know. Here's $100. My mom's just sending all this money. Almost, you know what I found in one drawer? I found almost $2,000, $2,000 in iTunes cards. And in my head, I'm like, are these good? Have they been used? I don't even know. I tried them on my computer. All of them are duds. All of them have been used. They've been cached. What is my mom spending $2,000 on iTunes for? I don't know. You know why? Because nobody can get in her laptops or her phone. Because nobody knows her passwords. Dan doesn't. Dan barely knew his own password. In fact, he might not have known it. So it's all guesswork. Trying birth dates, trying this, trying old addresses, trying middle names, all that kind of dumb shit. And Scott still can't open any of it. I mean, but my mom had unopened Home Shopping Network stuff, clothes, pants, shirts with tags on them from the Home Shopping Network, an air fryer that was unopened, brand new, just sitting there, just stuff on the floor around the countertop. We joked. I was like, dude, the fucking Home Shopping Network got to fly their flags at half mast for my mom. I mean, because they should pay for the fucking funeral, these idiots. She kept them afloat and in business. Unreal. And I'm just seeing it, and I'm like, Ma, what are you doing? What are you doing? Again, this is the woman who it took me 2 hours to set up her Venmo, and then she bails on it in 2 days, yet she's going to send money to fucking, lobsters with whooping cough. I mean, what the fuck, Ma? Oh, dude. And I'm mad, I'm sad, I'm a million different fucking things at once. And it hits you all the time out of nowhere. Like I get all these emails from companies with Mother's Day specials, and your mom would really like some ice cream. No, I can guarantee you she would not really love some ice cream. I can tell you that right now. And it's such a weird world now. And I don't, I'm not mad at the companies. They're, people still have mothers. The world doesn't revolve around me, but it is a strange, strange thing. And going through her house, man, finding, again, she had some badass jewelry. She had snake rings and fucking bracelets and cool ass stuff. And she had some really, she had some costumey stuff and she had some antique stuff. And I don't know what any of it is. I just know right now it's in a big box. And eventually my nieces are going to get it, and that's cool. I don't know. I kind of lost, quite frankly. I don't know. We're going through our house, and we are finding unactivated credit cards, unactivated bank cards, bills from 2013, 16, 20, and stuff. So much stuff to shred. Because I don't know. I don't have any idea. All these letters from my brother's kids, Glenn's kids, and thanking my mom for their birthday presents. I just what a weird fucking thing to have to sort through somebody's life. We found a bunch of old photos, which is great. I didn't think there were that many photos, but apparently my mom had them. She just had them buried. I should be getting my hands on those. Scott's doing everything he can. He's digitally restoring stuff, and that's amazing. We would go through drawers and we would find like roaches, old, weed, pipes, one-hitters, all of the stuff that she had. I was going through this one drawer and I'm finding jewelry and I'm finding one-hitters and I'm like, all right, look at this pipe. It's a skull pipe. My mom likes skulls and dragons and bats, and everybody's laughing. I'm pulling them out and stuff. And then there was an egg, like this thing that looked like a fucking egg. And I'm like, what the hell is this thing? And I pull it out, and everything we're pulling out, you're sliding the top off of, because there's either roaches, like for, weed in there, or there's a fucking hidden pen or a, vape pen, whatever the fuck. Everything has a hidden compartment. Everything has a hidden drawer. And so I take this egg out and I'm like, what is this? And I can't figure it out. And I start to move it around and I slide it. And all of a sudden it comes alive in my hand. And everybody's standing around. And I held it up, and Lenny's like, is that what I think it is? And I go, I'm going to go boil my hands. Because my mom apparently kept her fucking, her pipes, she kept her 357 Magnum close by in the chair, and she kept her fucking weed pipes and her vibrator in the drawer of the nightstand right by her goddamn recliner. And boy, nothing changes your perspective than finding your dead mother's vibrator and having it go off in your hands. And I fucking, like, I'm like, well, let's never speak of this again. Let's fucking never. Nope. And we did everything we could to go through as much paperwork as we could. And then Thursday came, and it was time for the viewing that nobody was invited to. And arrangements had been made, and I have to admit, this is when it hit me harder. Obviously when I couldn't leave the room, that was devastating to me. But all the old feelings of wakes and my dad's wake, and I just woke up Thursday and I was just out of sorts. Everything had already, I had floated through the previous week, and did what I could to just fucking make it as normal as possible. And Lenny and I took point on a lot of stuff, staying strong. Lenny asked me to write my mom's obituary. And I did. He's like, can you write Ma's obituary? This was on Tuesday. And I said, yeah. And he goes, I need it tonight. And I said, Jesus. All right, yeah. Now, look, I wasn't daunted by the task of getting it done, because I can do stuff when I put my fucking mind to it. It's just I haven't put my mind to anything in so goddamn long. And it was important for me to be exact and different, if that makes sense. I didn't want to just write some, Patricia Anderson, neighbor of, I didn't want to write some bullshit obituary. I didn't want it to be one of millions and millions and billions. Because though she was just an ordinary woman, she was extraordinary in different ways. And it needed to be pointed out. It needed to be celebrated. It needed to at least be observed. This is a woman who was in a toxic and abusive marriage and had 5 children and left bravely, and went on her own with 5 kids and was homeless. We lived in cars, we lived in basements of friends. We were told no by people when she asked if we could stay, and they told us no, and we would sleep in cars and in hotels. And, you know, she had friends who said, you know, hey, you got to get rid of these kids. Like, you could just put us in a sack and throw us in the fucking ocean. And she would cut off those people, and she wouldn't be friends with them anymore. And she fought, and she scrapped, and she tooth and fucking nailed it. And, with help from family and from her own fucking hard work, you know, she carved out a life. And I felt these things had to be mentioned in her obituary. It wasn't just she had passed and she liked badminton, you know what I mean? She had been through the struggles and she had taken them on. She never flinched. Dan told me a story where they were in an argument. And he said it was the maddest he ever got. He leaped out of his chair and he kind of went down the hallway at her, like at fast, bearing down on her. And he said, you know, she never took a step back. He said, we were nose to nose. And she said, what are you going to do? You going to hit me? You'll be in fucking jail so fast your head will fucking spin. Now, I don't know if this made a lot of sense when there's fucking 30 guns in the goddamn house. But that's what happened. And he laughed. He laughed in telling me that story because that's who she was. He even shook his head almost like wistfully. And it was one of the few moments of clarity he had in the time that I was there. And he just said, she never took a step back. And that's who I knew. She didn't flinch. You know, so I didn't want to write some flowery obituary where everyone thought she made cookies and she was this, that, and you know, because none of that is true. You know, I'm mad at my ma for a lot of stuff, but I also respect her. She was a goddamn complicated woman. And I felt it best to make sure that people did know that. You know, she could alienate you, and she could work hard at it too. Or she could do it very easily. And she could hold grudges, and she could hold them for a very long time. In fact, you know, we were going through the paperwork, and I think I told you earlier, her best friend in the world was her sister Margaret. And amidst the unactivated credit cards and bills for telemarketing and old magazines and recipes and photos, there was a birthday card. And it was a birthday card from my aunt to my mom. I don't know, from a decade ago, maybe longer. And it just recounted what she'd been going through and where she'd been on vacation and wishing my mom a happy birthday and telling her she loved her. And then it closed out by saying, you know, I don't even really remember why you're mad at me. But I hope that whatever time has passed will allow you to forget as well. And you'll reach out and call me. Because there was nobody safe. None. I mean, even her best friend and her sister had to write in a note, please forget why you're mad, because there's no way it was worth it. And while I was there in her home in Florida, I was so sad. One morning I took a glass of orange juice out and like a Danish breakfast, whatever the fuck, and I sat out on the sun porch. And there was a breeze in the sun, and there were old people taking their constitutionals. The people riding bikes and waving. And my mom hated all of it. And I don't know why. She just decided she hated it. And part of me wonders if she just did it to punish Dan because she was mad that he wanted to move to Florida. I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't speak to the things that my mom felt because she baffled me sometimes. And all you could do sometimes was just stay out of her way. So I kind of wanted to capture all of that in the obituary so you knew who she was. And I didn't make, a couple of my brothers weren't happy with it. Lenny liked it, and I was happy with that. I guess all my other brothers would have wanted a crack at writing it, and a couple of them, whatever, it doesn't matter. None of it matters, I mean, it wouldn't be something to do with my mom if there wasn't some sort of controversy or people angry or upset that they didn't get to do the thing that they wanted to do. So, if anything, it's even more of a fitting tribute that I did it and people are angry about it. But she was just complicated. I wish I could think of a better word, another word. But she would fume and slam cabinets, and she would give you the silent treatment, and she wouldn't talk to you. And then I'd talk to her on the phone, and she'd started doing TikTok, and she saw birds, and she would send me cats doing somersaults and fucking dogs who hid in a cabinet, and she would laugh and just, oh my God. She loved it so much. And then when I went to Florida, they had a clubhouse, and Dan's like, hey, you want to go get some breakfast? This is, a decade ago, even longer. Hey, you want to get some breakfast? And I says, yeah, let's go. And he says, hey, Pat, we're going to go get some breakfast. Let's go. My mom's like, I ain't fucking going down there. And I said, why not? She goes, what am I going to fucking eat that food? Those people are touching all that food. I go, Mom, people cook food at a restaurant wherever you go. I don't need to fucking go down there. I was like, all right. And Dan's like, you still want to go? I said, sure. And Dan and I went down and had breakfast, and my aunt joined us. And I don't know if you've ever been a young person in an old people community, but my God, do they all want to feel your muscles. Oh boy. They just want to come up and pat you on the stomach and go, you're a big one, aren't you? Oh, you're Pat's son. Oh, okay. And they just want to talk. And you're some sort of lightning bolt of vitality that reminds them there's a world outside of their shuffleboard. But my mom wanted none of it. Wouldn't give herself over to enjoying it. Happy in her misery. And it baffled me to the very end. So that's why when we got that lucid 10 minutes of her just laughing and smiling and looking around, it was a joyful coda to a sometimes joyless life. But joyless by choice. I think my mom valued her misery. So, by the time the viewing came on Thursday, it landed on me hard. Because, you'd been there for a week waiting and it brought back, memories of the first wake. Isn't that great? Don't you love your first wake? You'll never forget your first wake. So Thursday I was just trying to get it over with. And by this time, Dan's kids were all there. And I will say this, again, having the 4 boys there and then Dan's 3 kids, the Dan I described in the beginning of this show was gone. And he'd become markedly better. And he was still a wreck because of losing his wife. But he would often look at us and say, you boys, your mom would be so proud of you that you're all here now. And you know what? There's no substitute for family. I'm so happy you're all here. He was thrilled. And I was thrilled for him. Because again, as much as I love my mom, she might have broken him a little bit. Because she was she was still pretty relentless. So I was happy to see him happy. But Thursday, I just wanted it over with. And we went to the funeral home. And I got a little snippy, I have to admit, because we walked in and we sat in the room waiting to go into the viewing place and the, whatever they call it, where my mom was. And we sat down and Dan's daughter sat next to me and she goes, "Oh, I tell you what, man, there's no place I'd rather be less than here right now." And I looked at her and I went, "Oh, really?" And I know she didn't mean it, but I was not feeling great. and she just went, "Oh, no, of course I understand." And she, touched my arm. She said, "No, I'm not saying it, compared to you guys, of course." And I regret that I made her feel uncomfortable because it was not her intention, but I wasn't thrilled. So, we waited, and it was going to be an hour-long viewing that had not been shared with the public. We were ready to go in, and everybody went in, and I waited. I just, I couldn't leave the room earlier, and now I didn't want to enter the room. I just didn't. I already left a room with her dead. Why would I go re-enter a room with her dead and bring that back into my life? But it's what she wanted. And I walked in, and to their credit, they set up all the chairs anyway. And my brother Scott had arranged for a slideshow. He made an actual a PowerPoint presentation that it was beautiful. It was all of the families blended, photos fading and wiping and spinning, and it just was on a screen being shown, and in the center of the front of the room was my mom, dead in a shoebox. Because she was to be cremated, you're not buying any sort of coffin. So they have a cardboard loner, I suppose. I can only hope it's a one-use only product. But I've been to many wakes for parents and friends, and there are gigantic floral arrangements and signs and wreaths and a big shiny coffin, and the person's in it, and the place to kneel, all of it. And my mom was put out like a craft services spread at one of the game shows I've worked on. Just in a cardboard box, shaped like a coffin. More Count Chocula than Dracula. And she was there. I will say this, her hair looked amazing. She, her hair was super long, which was crazy because she never kept it long. And I came in and I sat down, and, everybody took their turn to go up and talk to her again. And, Dan first, we let Dan in the room alone, actually, for as long as he needed to be in there. I think he was in for the first 10 or 15 minutes by himself. And then we all went in together. And everybody went up one at a time. And Glenn said he wanted to do a FaceTime thing. And then he was like, "Oh, well, no, that's not her. I don't remember her like this, so I don't want to see her like that." I don't even fucking know. What do I know? You know what I mean? Everybody's got their own grief, and everybody trips their own way, and that's fine. So we went in and shared our final hour with what used to be my mom. And then, we left, went in the parking lot, took some photos, and then we all drifted off. I stayed almost a week to help with Dan and finish up whatever was in the house that could be finished up. It was eventually Andy and Scott, they drove home, and Lenny flew home, and he had to go back to work, and it was just me and Dan and Dan's kids. And then we had some medical scares with him. His blood pressure went crazy, and he drove us nuts because, again, he won't sleep. He was wandering around in the middle of the night, and his daughter was, because we had told her, and she didn't understand the seriousness of it, I didn't think. And the fact that he wouldn't go to bed, she's just like, I don't know what's going on. I'm like, I don't either. But he would wander the halls like a ghost, and he would go to bed and be in full-on underwear, and then he would all of a sudden be awake with his shoes and socks on and shorts. You're like, what the fuck, man? Just a slippery toddler, an 80-year-old slippery toddler. But in the weeks that have followed, he has made such progress. You know, we got him a haircut when we were there, and that was progress. And just being around us all, he was so happy. Lenny and the girls have already visited him. He's in Vegas with his daughter right now. And I don't know what's happening with the house and the stuff and the jewelry and the holding patterns, and I don't know any of it. And if called upon, I will do what's needed. But as far as I'm concerned, my work here is finished. I saw my mom out, and now I mentioned these Mother's Day emails. The weirdest things will bring it back up. The strangest things. I went to PayPal the other day because I'm trying to figure out some cash stuff, and I opened up my PayPal. I hadn't been in a while, and there was Christmas money from my mom, and it just said, "Merry Christmas. I know you're going to tell me I shouldn't have done this, but it's a habit, Ma." And so I cried for an hour, helping me even now. There's a comedian I follow on Facebook, and she had a gardening video up, and I started to watch it. And it was a Facebook story, so it was about 12 minutes long, 12 one-minute gardening things inside of a garden. And by the time it was over, I was sobbing because my mom loved gardening. It was truly the one thing I know besides us that she loved, besides Elvis. Elvis, her kids, and gardening. And so I watched this girl go through her vegetables, and I by the end of it, man, I did not expect it, but I was wrecked completely. And that happens, and I guess that's normal. I guess that's what's supposed to happen. You hope otherwise, but you do the best you can. And all you can do is try to be the best you possibly can for yourself going forward, even though you're alone. And I am alone. I thought I was alone before, but for 2 hours every Sunday night I wasn't. Well, that's gone now too. And so is a woman that I loved very much. A woman that, quite frankly, I'm more of a carbon copy of than I care to admit. Because she reveled in her misery, and I have my moments. And those moments have become far too frequent. And though I was at her home and I said, you know what, I can't believe she would turn away from all this beauty. I can't let this happen. I got home, and for the past 6 weeks, I've done the same. So, I guess in a way, she's not gone. And if you're wondering what song was playing when she died, I don't know. I didn't have time to notice. But it doesn't matter. Because, honestly, all the songs sound different now anyway. I love you, Ma.
Yeah, Michael, it's Mom. So give me a call whenever. You know I'm here all night. I love you. Bye-bye.
Hi, it's comedian Jen Kirkman, and you will love my podcast, No Fun, the Jen Kirkman Podcast. If you don't believe me, don't take my word for it. Here's what the Onion AV Club had to say. What actually makes Jen Kirkman's podcast funny is her inherent knack for cultivating conflict, even talking into a microphone in a room by herself. Kirkman is eternally embattled, but she tempers her cynicism with sweetness, and more often than not, she's right. No Fun, everywhere you get podcasts.